Hello, welcome to this video. So in today's video, we are building something amazing, and this has been requested a lot. And this is specifically for those people who have been struggling with building full stack. Most of the people have been finding most of my videos on YouTube very advanced. When people are watching my videos, they normally send me, I try to watch your video, but it was very advanced and I couldn't, build it. And is there any, a simpler version of how I can start from this? Because I can see it is advanced. So this is the answer. In this video, we are starting from scratch. Okay. In the first part of the video, I first actually broke down the roadmap. Okay, the roadmap, you need to be a Next.js full stack developer. We talked about all the things you need to have covered right out from the basics, Next.js, React basics, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, Shard, and all these. We talked about all the things you need for the front end, and also talked about the things you need for the back end. Okay, and for the front end, we looked at, of course, some of these things, using some of them. Importantly, we covered most things in the back end. We started with handling forms. We looked at handling forms, and in this section of handling forms, we went ahead and created the reusable inputs. You can look at this, the component we created for reusing in the product form. So if you go to our product form, it is really looking so smart. You look at this, okay, and it is having all these form validations. So we looked at that. Okay, if you just click here and you want to submit, you see product name is required. So you have these validations that we looked at. Okay, we took it the step further. We went ahead and looked at how to create the APIs. Okay, so we looked at APIs and server actions. So we created the APIs and we consumed them using server actions. So if you just go here in the Postman, you will see that we can just get, for instance, the GET. You can get a list of products in the GET. Okay, if I just make this request, you can just go ahead and get a list of products. If you just get a single product, we looked at two approaches. We first look at the approach of getting the product using the params, and also we look at the second approach of getting using the search params. So we really did an extensive work when it came to that. Went ahead and created the server actions to consume this. So if you just go in our code, we have a list of server actions which are actually consuming our APIs. So if you just go here, you will see that this one is consuming our API. And even in our API, we have versioning. You can see here that this has actually version, like version 1, we have things inside, which was really nice. Then we went ahead and looked at databases, and we broke down and we looked at the modern database, that is Postgres, and together we looked at also Prisma. And this is doing it from scratch. I'm not using any ChatGPT, I'm not using anything. I'm writing CRUD code throughout, and we're just like learning how to use Postgres and also how to use Prisma together with Postgres. And with this, we actually managed to do all the CRUD operations. We did the create. If you just go here, you see we have the post request, which is actually for creating a new product in the database. And we have the ones to fetch for the read, both the single product and the, you can see here, we get the one for getting a single product, which is this one. So we have all the CRUD, we did all the CRUD together in that. and what we didn't do, of course, with authentication. So to show you the demo of the app, you can add a new item. Let me just first cancel this, and I see I want to first add a new product. So just go here, let's add a new product. I also want to add this one, this TV. Let me also save this image like that, and let me just go back and just add this, and then product price, I'm just going to put 3,000. Product stock, I'm just going to put 10, and you can go ahead and get the description from down here. And let's go ahead and add this here. So you can just go ahead and add its image. So we also looked at image upload from scratch using Uploadthing, and those people are complaining that I have these reusable components. Now all this is covering everything from scratch, so you could just go ahead and add new product. So if you click product created successfully, and this shows the license that we have just added, I can just go here and I click on edit. I click on the product, and it will fetch this product here. So we looked at fetching the product, and you can see here looking nice. We can edit. Just click on edit, and let me just update this. I can just go here, updated the description, and just click on update, and it goes ahead and it updates this description. And if you just go ahead and see, this is updated description. You can delete this item. Let me just get the one to delete, like this latest product. We can just go ahead and delete this, and you can see product deleted, and this one takes it away, and there is no any product selected. So we did all the CRUD, and this was from first principles and explaining all these things that we looked at here. Okay, so if you're just looking at an extensive tutorial which is going a step by step explaining how to do a full stack application, okay, this is the video. Okay, so if you want to see, and in this I gave you 2 challenges. You have the first one is to implement the search. I explained how to implement this one, and then also how to add the bookmarks. If you click on an item, there is also the bookmark here. So I explained how to also implement this. So you need to do the bookmarks, and finally, if you want, you can do pagination. Okay, we didn't do pagination because of time, but if this video reaches 5K, then I can do the pagination from the first principles. The first thing to do is to like the video and then start watching. And we used this. I can show you the data that was getting into here. If I just go here, we can just go and look at our tables. If I scroll down here, and we can see that in the NeonDB, we have the table, and all the products that we are looking at, they are coming from here. So if you are interested and you want to badly build this application together, let's dive in and get started. Hello, welcome in today's video. So today's I'm very excited to build this video. It has been really much requested, and is going to be building your full stack application in Next.js. And how is this different from most of my videos? Most of my videos, if you have seen, most people have complained one thing. If you just go here and you search for my channel, you're going to see that most of my videos I build series. If you just go to my YouTube channel here, you will see that most especially here on my channel, those ones who know me, I build series and I build big applications, like really big applications, and I use abstract at high level. You'll find we use reusable components, and most beginners, people who are really beginners and they are starting their React and Next.js journey, they find it very hard for these videos. However much they are really sweet and they would want to follow it, they find it really hard. And they have always been asking me, where do I start? You have like thousands of applications and they are all really nice, but they are really advanced and I don't know where to exactly begin. So in today's video, I'm just going to try to break to those ones who are really beginners and they would want to know how to build their first full stack application in Next.js. Okay, so first of all, if you're just like doing in 2025 or above, the state or the bar in full stack has been really raised so much. You really need to know a lot of concepts for you to be able to build an application like the ones I normally build. So before I go very far, I just need to take you through first of all the things that you need to be knowing to consider yourself a full stack developer right now. Whether you are doing Next.js or not, I'm just going to use Next.js full stack devs. The things you need to be able to even start thinking of building a full stack application. And for those points why I have those videos, I'll be pointing you to those videos so that you watch them. You have a very good roadmap. I'm just going to open my Xcode draw here. Okay, and this is we are going to start with the roadmap so that we know we are all on the same roadmap for next maybe we can just say React full stack. Maybe you can say React stroke Next.js full stack dev. So the first thing you need to first work on the parts of front end. Okay, you need to first work on the parts of front end. Let's just like divide this into two. We're going to divide this into front end and you're going to divide this in back end. Okay, what are the things do you need to know, okay, in the front end Next.js or and the back end Next.js? So I'm just going to go ahead and start with the front end. First of all, you need to know first of all your JavaScript basics. Okay, this is, you must have done vanilla JS. You cannot start like you're going to build Next.js or React applications when you have not done any basics in vanilla. Okay, and the concepts you need I have here, you can just go here. You're just going to say concepts. I think I have this video about the 10 essential. So you have here the essential JavaScript concepts to master before diving into React. This video I made it 1 year ago and it is still much valid, having all the concepts that you need to be able to start considering yourself as before you diving into React. This is very essential that you go ahead and watch this video, okay? Because you first understand like which concepts do I really need. And you know, most people don't want to put in time. Being a full stack developer is a nice thing, but you really need to put in some time. So you can just go into this video and first you see some of the concepts that you need to master before diving into React. So assuming you have done your JavaScript basics and you know at least something in JavaScript, a vanilla JavaScript. Okay, so the next thing now you need to do right now, let's just go ahead. At this point, you will need to first learn Next.js basics. I'm just going to take you those ones. So you need to understand Next.js basics. Okay, and this is Next.js and React basics. This is what you need. Do you know how to handle state, how to handle forms? Do you know how Next.js works to make pages in Next.js? Some of those few things you need to understand in this. You have to go ahead and immediately you have to learn TypeScript. So just go ahead and learn TypeScript. And then after this, after the TypeScript, just go ahead and learn. So now at this point we are on TypeScript. Go ahead and learn Tailwind. After learning Tailwind, you have to go ahead and learn Shad. So just learn how to use ShadCN. So these, at this point, you need to know this. For the Next.js basics, I'm just going to go. I already have some videos. They might be actually maybe not valid right now, but if you just go on my channel, I have building your first Next.js application. I have that very old series that I started from building your first Next.js application, and it was Next.js 13. Okay, it was Next.js 13. Some things have really changed, but they are still, most of them still the same. I don't know if I just like search here Next.js. I have a lot of series about this, but there is an old series which is this one. There is this one, Next.js for beginners, creating a Next.js app using app router. So this is still using the app router, okay? And I was moving step by step. I'm just going to go ahead and I will still summarize this in today's videos, okay? I will still summarize some of these things so that you don't have to, you need to learn these things are on the front end. Now, if you know already these things on the front end, what do you need to learn? There is one thing also. So after this, you need to learn how. So here you have to, basically, you should be able to build now. To build front end interfaces. So you have to be able to now build front end interfaces right now using the tech stack. We have said the Tailwind, Shad, and all these tools. You should be able to build them. And now, after this, you need to learn how to consume APIs. So at this point here, you should know how to consume an API, and this is with or without the keys. With or without API key. API key. You should know to use this. There are many applications you can do here to test yourself on this. This is what people do: movie database, movie apps, GitHub profile finder. There are so many apps you can test yourself onto this, and we're also going to talk about this in today's video. So I'm trying to set for you the bar that you need to understand, or the things you need to know at this point if you're just going to be a front-end dev, a full stack dev. At this point, we haven't actually started. I'm just still breaking down the tech stack that you need. Now, another problem I have before I even go very far with beginners, most people want to go to heaven, but they don't want to what? They don't want really to die. What do I mean by that? Most people, they want to know these things, but they don't want long videos. So like, for instance, this video is going to be maybe 3 hours, or I don't know how long it's going to be. And for me, I don't follow that. I follow the fact that someone is explaining things I understand. It doesn't matter, because in the real world, really, to build a full stack application takes in a lot of time. And in the real world, to be able to master these concepts, it cannot be a 30-minute video the way you guys like it. I want a 1 hour or a 30-minute video that is going to teach me the whole entire full stack in 30 minutes, full stack in 1 hour. Where are you going to get that course? And how are you going to be able to distill all the concepts someone has learned in years and put them in 30 minutes, and you think you're going to really apply them? It doesn't make sense. And most people, that's why you find my videos are longer. Okay, my videos are 3 hours, and I try to be realistic. You cannot build that application, and I'm just like jumping very fast. I'm explaining this and I'm jumping. You need to understand the concepts at high level and lower level. So make sure you know how to do this. I'm just going to go through some of these things as we move on. So assuming now on the front end, you know how to do this. So the first thing you need to understand, starting on the back end side, you need to know, at this point, I assume very well, you know how to build some UI. So the first thing is you need to know how to handle forms. And this is, you need to, when you talk about handling forms, there are so many tools you can use here to handle forms. The first one is you need to know how to use useState to handle forms. So you need to know handling forms using useState. I know most of you know how to use this. Use state hook. Use maybe state hook. Now, after you know how to do this, you need to move and know how to handle forms using React hook forms. React hook form. You need to know how to use this. And this is why you might need or not to know how to use Zod. Okay, at this point, you might need just to know how to use Zod. What do you need? It is need to understand how to use here, since you have started using the data. So at this point, you can get data from the user and it is into the form. So at this point, you need to understand either two things. You need to understand API routes, how to create an API, and then you should be able, so when we talk about creating the API, so you can create the API route, but now the data has come from the form, it is inside the API. You haven't known how to handle this data in the API, you need at least to learn a database. Okay, so you need to at least learn a database. Now we have two databases in 2050. You're going to find there is a lot of databases. There is Superbase. Let me start with the ones that we are going to be using. There is Postgres. There is MongoDB. There are some others. The Superbase, Firebase. This is where people, when you reach at this point, the list is endless. You can go the route of Superbase, Firebase. So if we just go here, you can just use Firebase. You can use we have here a lot of things you can use for headless CMSs. So here you can add a headless CMS. For instance, Sanity. Okay, Sanity. This is where you can actually handle. You need to know some of these things onto this. So you can create an API. Before you save the data into database, you need to know how to use to know at least a database. Now, the fact you're going to be using a database, you need to know how to actually handle the this data. How are you going to interact with the database? You can either use ORM. This is why you need to understand how to use an ORM. And you can just go ahead and use, for instance, if you're using MongoDB, there is Mongoose. Okay, for MongoDB, we have Prisma, and then we have we have another one which is there, which is what? Let me just search it here. Let's say here Prisma ORM alternatives. Okay, so we have Drizzle. It is the one I wanted. You can just say here people they have written a lot of things. Let me just see here if we can see this list very fast. I don't know where the list is. Okay. You can't see the list, but the ones that are really common is Drizzle, there is Next, and there is CRUD. But of course, these others are not common. The common one is Drizzle. So at least you need to know one of these ones. Okay. You need to know one of these ones. Either this Prisma or Drizzle. You don't need to know all the databases. You don't need to know all the databases. You simply need to know at least a single database. Okay? Are we all together? At this point, I think you are still following up very nicely. Let's move on. Now that you know how to handle this is at this point, by the way, you are really good at this point. So now you need to know an alternative way of this, because we said creating an API. And actually, I'm just going to put a stroke here. I'm just going to say create. I just like put those ones who are writing notes to be able to write very nicely. Just like put it down here. You should be able to add one thing here. Let me just do this. Drop one here down. So if you are creating an API, you should also be able to create a serve action. So this is the same thing. These are just like alternatives. That's why I was just telling you need to know one of the two, either creating an API or creating a serve action. Okay, so now at this point, we have our data in the database. We are using Prisma. I'm just going to be helping it choose database, choose either Postgres or MongoDB. That's why we use Prisma. It can work with both of this one. I know people are hyping so much Drizzle, but I'm just a person who's staying with Prisma. It is very stable and it is high level, very easy to use for beginners. Stay with Prisma. And so at this point, right now, what you need to know, you are able to create an API, you are able to create a serve action, and we are going to explore all those things in today's video. So by the way, here on Next.js basics, we are going to talk about those things. There are some advanced techniques you need to understand. Okay, so at this point, we have our data. You are not yet a full stack at this point. You still need two things. You still need, the first one you just need to understand at this point is you have to add now authentication. Okay, and authentication at this point, you can build a custom auth. You can go and use Next auth, or you can just go ahead and use Clark. And use Clark. At least for these ones, you need to understand all the three. But you can just, like, for starters, you can choose the easy one, maybe Nextauth, or you can choose Clark. Okay? You can choose one of the two, whichever you want. You need to also know how to do authentication. So if you learn how to do authentication, at this point, you need to know how to deploy. And this one cuts across. Okay? You need to be able to learn how to deploy applications. I'm just going to put here deployment. And this one, it might sound easy, but this is not. Okay? At least deploying it on Next.js Versailles. So if you know all these concepts right now, okay? If you know these concepts, you can add an ORM. This means you can do CRUD. So here, when we talk about creating an ORM, you should be able to use an ORM to do CRUD. Okay, so CRUD with an ORM, e.g., of course, in this case, we're just going to be using Prisma. So at least you should know all these concepts. Start thinking yourself as a backend developer, so a full stack developer. You can create your endpoints, you can deploy applications, you can do this. And you're just going to try to cover some of these concepts in today's video. Now, you tell me that you can learn all these concepts within one video, and it's going to be 1 hour. Okay, you tell me right now. There is no way you can cover all these concepts and you cover them in just 1 hour. That is not there. Give yourself patience. Whether the video is 5 hours or 6 hours, the most important thing should be, am I really having a really good roadmap? Because that's why the first thing I started with, the roadmap. Most people are teaching you very small pieces, and it is very hard for you to put all these pieces together to build any application. And I'm here just giving you all these, and I'm just going to cover them in this video. So let's just get started. I'm going to assume at this point you know the JavaScript basics. I'm just going to go ahead and start with building a Next.js application, and we're going to look at some of the basics. Now, currently, you might ask yourself the difference between Next and React. If you want to start, React is a library, and if you just go to React, and this is the documentation for React, and let's go and say, for instance, they don't even have the get started. When did I last visit this? I'm just going to say learn, maybe React, I don't know. Installation, let's go to installation. So you can just see that I don't know, start a new React project. Okay, so you can see here when you go to starting a new React project, if you want to build a new app or a new website fully with React, we recommend picking one of the React powered frameworks popular in the community. You can use React without a framework. However, we found that most apps and sites eventually build solutions to common problems such as code splitting, routing, data fetching, and generating HTML. By starting with a framework, you can get started with React quickly and avoid essentially building your own framework later. So this is the reason why we are using Next.js as a framework, and you can see the first one they recommend on the React documentation, production grade React frameworks. These frameworks support all features you need to deploy and scale your app, and you see here in this, and they have told you you can use Next.js. And those people who are always being distracted, if you see here in this, you can see that you need to achieve these ones. You don't need to start saying, do I need to do Python? Do I need to stop worrying about the tech stack you are doing? What about you to build a solution? What about building an application? Because if you find an application like this one and it is working, can you predict which language did I use? I might have used HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I might have used React. I might have used Python or any framework. So it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, when you build a solution, it's going to be about you being able to provide the solution. Okay? So start worrying about you being able to build this application. So just have one tech stack that you need to follow, and with a clear roadmap like the one I've given you here. For that one until you fully build the problem. Okay. So now we have seen they recommend here. There are others: Remix, Gatsby, Expo, and all other things. But you can see here the ones that they are recommending, the one we're going to go with is Next.js. Okay, so now that we're going to use Next.js, let me turn to Next.js. So you can just now go to their documentation, okay, and just go to the docs. And I build and use these docs so that even tomorrow or another person who is watching this tutorial in 2030 or whichever year, you are able to go to the Next.js documentation and you get started. So if you just go here, they show you the main features of of Next.js, and we are going to go through all these features. And the most important one is going to be routing and rendering. I'm just going to talk about these ones, data fetching and all these things. I'm going to talk about actually those, the way they are here is how I'm just going to talk about them in a second. The first step, now I'm just going to first duplicate this page for the features. So let me before I just want to copy this thing so that I just don't start meandering around. Yeah, remind me here. I have a lot of information. I tend to. So here, how to set up a new Next.js project. First, system requirements. You need to have Node.js. So check in your system. You can open either a command prompt or even PowerShell if you're using on Windows, or you just need to go ahead and just say, for instance, node-v. That's like this. And you'll see any number here, and you should just be having 18 and above. If you're having anything less than 18, just go ahead and go to Node.js website, which they have put a link here. Just right click and open. Go ahead and download this one. You can see that on version 2022 right now. Just go ahead and get the Node version. When you install Node, it comes with npm. So if you just say npm -v, you also get the version of npm. You don't need to install npm separate. When you install Node.js, npm installs. Nice. So let's move on. So after this, they create automatic installation. Please go with this one, not any other. Okay, I want you to go with this one. So let's go ahead and go with this one. Copy this command, go to your terminal. Now, I have a lot of terminals, but I'm just going to keep it simple and nice. Go to any folder. Let's go and look for our folder. I'm just going to go to maybe learning, and I'm just going to say you can also create a new folder, learning Nextjs Fullstack, learning Nextjs Fullstack. Okay, just enter, and let's go inside here. Right click, and you can open this folder in VS Code. I presume at this point you have VS Code installed, and just open your terminal. Just like this. And let's go ahead and paste in this command. We have npx create next app at latest. Now you can just go here, and this will guide you in everything. Press enter. And assuming at this point you already have, okay, so they ask you all the questions here. The first one, what is the project name? This is going to be maybe next full stack, next full stack, just like this. Okay, I didn't put need to install the following. Instead of just saying yes, okay, just start afresh. Please read the instructions. Most people are hurrying and are very fast. Take back and read what they are saying. They might not bring exactly what is here. You can see here they brought what is your project name, and for me I was putting a project name and it was something else that I will bring on the screen. They are saying here you need to install the following packages before you proceed. Okay, simply press enter, or you can press Y, or you can press enter. Okay, and then they ask you what is your project name. This is why we put Next Full Stack. Enter. Do you want to use TypeScript? So at this point we haven't done TypeScript, so you remember here we are starting with Next.js basics. TypeScript is just right below it, so we're just going to say no. At this point, just go ahead and say no. Do you want to use ESLint? Say no. Do you want to use Tailwind? Say no. So I'm just showing you here. Say no. Do you want to use the source directory? So at this point, just say no. And do you like to use app router? You say yes. Do you want to use TurboPack? You say yes. Now, some people are having issues with TurboPack, and if you're having issues with TurboPack, either your machine is having issues, you have like a small machine with RAM of 2 GB or 4. If you have 4 GB, you remove one, right? So just say yes with TurboPack. And if it causes you problem TurboPack, just go back and install a new application and you say no. But I'm just going to say yes. And then here you say no. And this is going to go ahead and create a Next.js application. So at this point, you know how to install, and you don't need to worry at this point. I will take you step by step to know anything you need. So the first thing, we can install a Next.js application. So you can see here we are on Next.js and React Basics. Okay, and if you just go here down, I'm just going to go ahead and remove these things here. I don't know if do I need to go down or I need to go up. Okay, let's go down. So we are starting with this. Okay, and at this point you need to understand that you need to learn how to install. So we are looking at installation, and we have already seen why we're choosing Next.js. Okay, at this point, you know how to install, and I want you to be patient. Just go ahead and let's wait as it is installing. I'm just going to take you some things. So in Next.js, what do we need to learn in Next.js? After this one, there is manual installation. Don't go for that. The first thing here is you need to learn is routing. This is the first feature of Next.js that you need to understand. So you're just going to start, like, we're going to learn these features one by one. The first one you just need to understand is routing. So actually, maybe before routing, let's go, we first understand file naming or files. How do they call them here? File structure or something. Project. Okay, so this is the one you need. You need to know folder and file conventions. This one is you need to understand this. Okay, we need to cover folder and file conventions, and then after that we're just going to go in routing. Before that is first see into this. So they have this, the app router folder, the pages router, and all this. Let's just go to this before we just go very far in routing, there are so many files here, top level files. You don't need to understand all these ones, but they have our app has installed. So I'm just going to say cd and next, just like this, and just say code dot minus r. This is to reuse this video window. Okay, so this opens our application, and I'm just going to still open terminal. And if you just want to see, you can run npm run dev. Simple as this. And this is going to go ahead and it will start in the browser. Let me just go here, go to localhost 3000, and you will see a brand new Next.js 15 application. Okay, so whichever at this point you are watching it in which year, the next version you will be checking it in the package.json. You can just go in package.json and see which next version are you running. You can see right now we are running version of 15.1.3 and React 19. Okay, nice. So these folders, they have been explained under this, and I want you to get your black book or a very big book, and if you are serious about this, go ahead and write these things down. The next config.js configuration file for Next.js. This one we're going to be using it to configure images, for instance. We're going to see that within this video. And we have package.json. This is project dependency and scripts. There is this, you're not going to see others. There is middleware, it's not there. We're going to look at env, environmental variables are stored in here. The same thing, env.local. There is all these env related. There is ESLint, configuration file for ESLint, git ignore, git files and folders to ignore, next env and others. Now there are routing files. There is page.js, which is a page, and all these ones. Now I will be going through the most important ones as we move on. Let's start. So if you go ahead right now, and this public folder is the one you can just say node modules is where all these packages are kept. The ones you install, they are kept in node modules, so you don't need to worry about this one. The app, this is actually where the app is located, in this app here. And the most important thing you need to know, the first thing you need to know is the naming convention, and the one we have just said here. And the most important one of all is how they create a page. So under here, the most important things you have to understand, ask yourself here, is how do they create a page? How to create a page. Okay? And this is going to be, for instance, creating about us. How do I create pages like home, about, services? How do I create these pages? So this is the first important thing to know under the file naming convention. How do I create this? Then the other files that are very important is you can create a not found page. Not found. This is a 404 page, like when there is nothing on a website, like the page is not there. So this is also one page that you need to understand how to do, 404. Another one is the error page, and I expect these pages you're going to be using them, and make sure every time you are building your application you have these, the error page and also the not found page. These three values are very important when it comes to this. Okay, and actually there is one concept that I didn't put here. I'm just going to go ahead and I add it before, is to do how to do SEO in Next.js. Very important. And all these videos, some of these videos, I have them actually on my YouTube video. If I don't cover this concept, you just definitely have to go and look for it. Okay, so how to create a page is about this home, about, and these three things. The first one is how to create a page. Very easy. Now, already they create for you the first page, the home page. This one is same as index.html. They have created it for you, the page, and you cannot name it anything else. It must be called page. The way we have the entry point in an HTML project, we have index.html. In this case, the entry point is page.js, and this is how it has to be named. That's why you said naming convention. This is not like I need to name it or you feel like naming it. So you can just go ahead and remove everything here. At this point, you can write your HTML within this. So just go and remove everything here, and you can just put h2, put h2 welcome to Next.js, just like this. And for the styles, you can remove these. They have used node modules. I'm just going to go ahead and remove even this one. And I have global.css. So you can put your things within the styles here, the global.css. This is where you can put your styles. For instance, I can say h2. I'm just going to say font size of maybe for RAM. And if I just go back here in my application, you can see welcome to Next.js. Okay, nice. So you can create a basic page, and this is the normal page. If you want to create other pages in Next.js, when you create a folder and you give it a name, let's say you want to create an about page, you need to create the folder and you call it about, and then inside about you need to create page.js or JSX, whichever you want. By the way, whether you just say JS or JSX, they are the same. If you're going to put some HTML inside the page, make sure it is JSX. And there is this thing where you have say RFC. If yours is not bringing something like this, like mine, just go ahead and install this extension. ES7, so just say ES7. Okay, React Redux, there are now so many, but make sure it is by this. I believe this ES7, is it that one? Let me see. Most likely the one with a lot of installations, this one. Just go ahead and install this ES7 React Redux React Native snippets, and then you can see after you have installed it, we are going to start using those the snippets. Okay, we said like using those commands. Let me see here. Okay, we said like using those snippets after you have installed this package here, this extension, sorry. Now you can just go on a new page and you say RFC, React Functional Component, React Functional Component, and then here you can just put another one, H2, and you say this one is about page, about page. So you know how to create a page now. This is how they create a page. You must create in the app, not any other place outside. Inside the app, you need to create the name of the page you want, let's say about, and then you go ahead and you create it like this. So you can just say, now go to this, we can move using here, and we just say about, and you can see about page. Nice. So you can create a page. So if you just know, you can create as many pages. Service page, you can just go ahead and create another thing, create a folder inside here and call it service, and then you put page.jsx. okay, and you say RFC, and just go ahead and put here H2, and you say this service page. We can just go to that page, we just say service, and you can see we are on service page. Nice. Now you can still do things we do in HTML nicely. So you can just like go ahead and put an anch tag, an anch tag, and you say service, and then you put here service. Okay, just like this. And if you just go back on the home page, you will just have this service. You can click on it and you go to the service page. So nice, you still put the anchor tags the way we use them in HTML. Like basically, all the HTML will work here. The only problem is if you want to specify a class, you just simply use not a class, but a class name. This is same as using a class in HTML. Done. So you know how to create pages. Let's move on. Now we still have two pages. We talked about how to create a not found page and the error page. So if you just go in the documentation, and I'm just going to be referencing to the documentation because it is nice. Not found page. You can just click on not found. Okay? And they say the not found function allows you to render a not found file within this segment. So this not found page is actually invoking not found function. Is going to be giving you that, that page. So just go inside the app. Go inside the app, right click and name it the way it is exactly. Make sure you're not creating it inside the services or about. It must be inside the app. Click on the app and write the file not found dot. By the way, before putting this, they already have a default page for that. So if you just go here and try to go to a page that does not exist, they have this 404 page. This page could not be found. This is the default 404 page. If you don't put any 404 page, they will give you this one or they will build for you this one. Let's go ahead and put our own 404 page. Always put a not found page, not to leave this one which looks bad. Not found .js. Okay, RFC, and just simply go ahead and make this one a React component which is not found. And then here you can just say put anything you want. And you can just say here this page does not exist. Okay, just like this. Now you can see we have a 404 page. This page does not exist. Now you can search 404 page design and build nice 404 pages. Don't just like build very ugly 404 pages. Just go here and look for very nice 404 pages. You can see here very nice. People are building very nice 404 pages. I'm not going to be here teaching you like the HTML or the HTML CSS of this. I expect you to be already knowing HTML CSS. So you can just go ahead and create your 404 page. You can see here they have this. There is nice, like this one, really nice. Okay, I love this one. So people just here, they have built 404 pages. Just go ahead, search the one and go ahead and beautify it. Create it and it be beautiful. But this is how they create a not found file. The another one is when you have made an error. So there is an error page. Let's say I'm just going to go ahead and cause an error, and just going to say here const. Okay, I'm just going to use, for instance, name set name is equal to use state, like this, default this. So this might cause an error in our application. Okay, so they just give you a very nice and detailed error page, but most of the times if I just try to close, I don't know if I can close this one anyways. If you just make an error, there is also what we call an error page. Okay, and in production, that error page, if you don't design it, it looks really so bad. On in the normal application on your local host, they are trying to give you the description of the error so that you can fix it. But if you produce this in a production environment, they are not going to give you a design like this or the details like this one. They will give you an error page. And so you need to prepare yourself for that error page. So how do you design an error page? The similar way here, we need another file convention called error. Error.js. RFC. And you also just need to write maybe here error, I believe. And you can also just go here before you go very far. Go to the Next.js and type in error. There is this error.js, and an error file allows you to handle exception runtime errors, and you display a fallback UI, like the UI that shouldn't scare a user that something bad has really happened. So you just come here and you name it as error. It has some things you pass in, but you don't need even to pass in anything really. You can just go here and just name it this as error page, as simple as that. And then go ahead and put the UI here you want, h2, and you can just say this is error what? This is an error page. So every time you get a problem, this becomes a fallback UI. And at the same thing, go here and just search for the error page design and design a nice one. There are so many error pages here. Okay, you can just go to FreePick, go to all these nice places and design a very nice error page. In fact, you can just like modify your, to show you these things. Let me just show you some. You can just, I'm not going to show you right now, but you can just say go ahead and design a nice error page, and you just like put that code within this file. It will display the error page. Done. So with that concept, we are done with the file conventions. Now let's go just to routing. I'm just going to go here and I will start with routing. So with routing, okay, with routing. So what is routing? Already we have already seen the pages is sort of like also under routing, like how do you move from one page to another. By the way, let's remove this error. I'm not going just like to go here, just go in the page. Let's go ahead and remove this and also remove this. I want it to cause just an error and bring problems. So you need to understand routing, and the basic routing you need to know is you can't be able to create a page. Okay, I think we have already done that one. You should be able to, okay, the error page import for now. The error page, by the way, specifically in the error page here, make sure you put on top here the word use client. I'm just going to explain that later, but just put the word use client. Okay, just like this, and then we are good. Okay, go back here. So the first step in this is to understand the routing, and there are three things you need to understand under routing. I think let's start. First of all, you should be able to create a page. Okay, you should be able to create a page. 2, let's talk about other pages. The easiest one is passing data. That is the most hard one when it comes to this routing and naming conventions. Passing data from one page to another via the URL. Like, can you create a dynamic page? Because under the pages we have here, in fact, a dynamic page. Dynamic page. Okay, and then the last one is page group. So you need to know these three things: creating a page group. Let's start with the normal page we have seen. The second one is a dynamic page. So then if you want to understand the dynamic page, is if you just go, for instance, I'm just going to use my e-commerce here. might just wonder what is a dynamic page. So we all know if you deploy an application, this is the home page. So when you click on a link, like on a product like this one, so a dynamic page is this other page. You can see it has this name in the URL, and then we have this product. So this is what we call a dynamic page. So let's see how to create a dynamic page. To create a dynamic page, there is also the way you write your files. Let's say we have a home page which is showing all products. So we have here, it is showing us the products, and let's have many products here. I'm just going to have an anch tag which is going to another page. This is like a product one. So this one must take us to, for instance, the /product and then /1. So this is understandable. You are going to a product and you are going to the product that is having this product one. Okay, so this one is what you call a dynamic parameter. This one here, because this is going to be changing. It can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4, it can be 5, it is extremely changing, and this is why we call it dynamic param. It is a dynamic parameter. It is because it is changing all the time. So we just say here 1. So we need to first create this folder called product. Okay, just like this. It is good you always put it inside a folder. So just go and create a folder called product, and then we create this dynamic one. So I first go ahead and create product. Then inside the product, I'm just going to create a dynamic. So you have to give this a dynamic a name. Let's say you can give it an ID, product ID. You can give it anything. Let's give an example. You give it a name called ID. So if you give it an ID, just give this as ID here. And look at the naming convention. Let me just zoom in. Look at that. This is how you write it. Okay? And now this is counted as a page. Therefore, inside, after finishing this one, inside you create page.jsx like this, RFC, and I can just say this is a detailed page. So I can just write here h2 of this is a detailed page. Okay. Now, if we just go to this page right now, product, and this one, as we said in our page here, like so, if I just go ahead and click, so let's go back to our application. Can I close these, guys? Just go ahead and close these. So if you just go here in this, can I have some simple styles? I'm just going to go inside these styles, which is going to be global. Down here, let's give anch tags a display of block, and let's give them padding of 1 rem. I'm not just getting right now on the styles, but I have the product one. Click on it and it takes us to this product/1. So you can see we have this one. So this is how we create the detailed page or the dynamic parameter. So if we still put like 2, it works. If we put 3, if we still put here 3, you see it works. But we would want actually to know how you would get this 3 here. You would get it here, okay, on this page. Now this is where we actually started writing some Next.js code. So after you have written knowing how to do these dynamic parameters, you can just go to let's go to the documentation of Next.js, and you can search for params. So this is just also called the params. Scroll down until you see where we have the page.js, params page.js. And you see here page.js, they tell you here the page file allows you to define UI that is unique to the route. You can create a page by default explaining the component, and you're just going to change this one to JavaScript so that we keep it simple. So you can see we have two things. We have the params and search params. We are going to look at that in a second. But let's start with the params down here. So the only things you just need to do is to accept this param inside your page. So now we just go here and we simply destructure the params. This is carrying the other thing, this ID here. Okay, is carrying this 3 here within the params. So to get that 3, one thing you have to remember is the name you gave inside here, this bracket, the ID. So const ID is going to equal to await. So now they change this in Next.js 15. You say await. Okay, you have to await, and you have to await for params, and then outside you say dot ID, just like this, and make sure that this is async. Okay, so this is how you get the ID, and let's pass this ID here. So minus, and let me put ID. So this is how you get the ID, and you can see we have 3. Okay, we have 4, we have 5. Sorry, we have 4, and then you can pass in 5, and so on. You can see we have this dynamic param. This is going to be very important. Now, on the dynamic param, this is how you get it. So what if you actually so you have a search param? So for instance, the difference between a dynamic param and the search param. Search params are the ones that has this question mark. Page is equal to something, is equal to 3. If you want to see them in action on the e-commerce here, if you just go back to this, let's go ahead and look for something here, MacBooks. So if you just check the URL very nicely here, you will see that we have here categories, MacBooks, and we are passing a search, a param, which is called type sub. Okay, to mean that this is a subcategory, right? So type sub. So this is, you can still go on the detailed page or any page, you can pass in a search param. This first one is a dynamic parameter, but this second one with a question mark is a search param. So we can also get a search param on this page or any other page. It does not necessarily mean only on this page. You can still get this page. Okay, so we have seen this. So you can also just go ahead in destructuring, you destructure the search param. If you just go here on top or you just scroll down, you will see that they have also destructuring a search param, and in a similar way you can just get it. So for instance, if we pass the page here is equal maybe 3 or something, we can just go here and then we can pass search params, params, just like this. In a similar way, we get the page. Remember, we named it as page. Is await params. This is going to be search params now. Dot page. Remember, the one that you passed in here, this key here, is what you call. Let's give, and we just say down here. Okay, and we just say here the search param, search param page, and you just can go ahead and just pass in here the page. Okay, and you can see, let's reload. Okay, I'm just going to send it from here in the page. Let's go ahead and pass in question mark page is equal to 5. If I go back to the home page, let me go back to the home page. Now I can click on product 1, and you can see now we have this page, detailed page, and then we have this param of 5. So this very important that you need to understand this. Okay, done. The next one on this file, you need to know how to create a page group. And why would you need a page group? Sometimes you have two things. You can see I have an application here. On the front end, it has all these nice UI. It has this header with all these things here. And if you just go on the home page, we still have these things stuck on all these pages and even the footer. When you go to the dashboard, however, you don't see those things there. Okay, this is another page, dashboard. We don't have all those things. They are not there. So this gives us to design two pages differently. And here it introduces in the concept of layout. Just go here. So this page group will go with one file that we didn't talk about here. We're going to talk about it here. That file is going to be called layout. Layout page or layout file. And the purpose why they created the layout file is to be able to share the UI between pages which are the same. You might be having two groups of pages which are the same. This concept is always hard for beginners, but if you want to understand, you might have some pages like all these ones we created here. Okay, all these pages, they might be sharing the same UI. And you can see by default, they give you this file called layout.js. And this is why you connect your fonts. This is why you connect your styles. Okay, so this is a file that is working on the all entire pages. If I come onto this one here to break down this page, how it works, this children represents all other pages. So like the children represents the about, children represents the service. For instance, if I go on top of a children and I write something like h2, okay, like this is a layout page, this is a layout file. This means that this word is going to appear on top of all the pages that are controlled by this file. And since by default this file controls all the pages on a website built with Next.js, you can see this is a layout file. So any design that I put, any design that I'm just going to put here, they will be going onto these pages. Okay, nice. So if I put anything here, it is going to go to all pages. Let's go to the home page. You can just go here on the home page and you just see welcome to Next.js. If I go to service page, this is a layout file. And you can see everything is having this layout file, meaning they are all controlled by this layout file. So if you want to create, for instance, you want this one to be this word here. You want it only to be on certain pages. You want it to be on this page, but you don't want it to be, for instance, on the detailed what? On the detailed page. You don't want it on this one. You use the concept of page groups. So you can create a group of pages. Okay, you can create a new group. By creating a group, you just simply create it here. And let's create our first group, for instance. Maybe we call this group 1, just like this. And this is how you create it. You create these brackets and you put the name of the route group, anything you want here. And you can move all these pages. What is nice is you can move all these pages, the one we just created here, you move them inside this folder of the route group, and they will not be affected. We have just stop to allow them to move, just like this. So you see, you have this route group here, like that. And even if I go back to this, it is still going to be working because route group is not included in the URL. Okay, so route group is not included in the URL, And the reason why we are putting this group, now we can go ahead and create another group. We can just go ahead and say create group 2. Let's go ahead and create another group, and we just call it group 2. And in group 2, we can just like add another link. Maybe let's say this one. I'm just going to say, I'm going to call in this. I'll create another page here called profile. Okay, and inside the profile, you want to create page.tsx. Okay, so you create here, you are creating a link. So here RFC, and in this we have h2, and you say this is profile page. Okay, hey, sorry, not, remember not to name this in TypeScript. You will cause problems. Now I might have already caused the problems. I can see it has already added TypeScript config. I'm just going to remove it. I might have caused already problems to myself. When you add this, it goes ahead very fast and adds TypeScript. I might have to stop like this whole project right now. I might have just already spoiled it. Let's go to profile. Just like this. And you can see this is a profile page. Now, you see we don't want things on group 1 to be the same things on group 2. We want it to have a different style or a different layout. Therefore, you need to go and make sure that this first layout file here is left alone. So this one, you can leave it alone and don't put anything. The advantage is now in the group 1, we can add the layout file for this group, layout.jsx and RFC, and then you give it, for instance, group 1 layout. This is group 1 layout. And then you can just say h2 here. You say this is group 1 layout. So all the pages in group 1 are going to have this word. So just go to about, for instance. Now you can see profile is very clean, it has nothing. But if we go to about, you can see it has, this is group 1 layout and about. Okay, and I should say, by the way, sorry, you must pass in the children, otherwise it's going to replace the pages. So just pass in the word children and then put children here. And then you on top of the children, we said the children represents a page. So when you go here, it doesn't replace the content of this product about. It will show this, but it will also show this thing. This is a group 1 layout and then shows the content. But if you just go to profile, you see we don't actually have it. So this is the reason why we need the groups and why we need layouts. Okay, so assuming at this point you understand this, the concept of this routing, okay, and then now we still have some other things. I'm just going to increase on the speed. The video right now already is 1 hour something, 1 hour. Okay. We are still on the basics. So you can imagine people who say that they make the whole entire thing full stack within 1 hour. Okay. So we have talked about routing. We have talked about, now we're just going to talk about rendering in a second. But at least in routing, we have talked something you need to understand about the file conventions. And then we'll talk about other files like the one for loading states. We have talked about the ones for errors. But there is one for loading the page. So there is one that we use for loading. We'll just meet that one in the future. Let's talk about rendering in a second. If you just click on this, they will have about rendering. Rendering converts the code you write in user interfaces and allow you to create this. And it has two things you have to understand: the client side and the server side. Okay? Because Next.js is divided into a full stack application. You can see the client refers to the browser on a user's device that sends a request to the server for your application to call for application code. And the server refers to the computer in a data center that stores your application code and receives. So this is the reason why Next.js is full stack. We have the server and we also have the client. Okay? So by default, everything in Next.js is on the server. To show you, if you have used Python or you have used PHP, when you do something like console. If you see echo or you print out something, it goes on the terminal. And the reason why it goes on the terminal represents the server, and the browser here represents the browser, the console here. So we have the console. This one refers to as the client. And on the terminal here, when something comes on the terminal, it means it is on the server. So let's say, to know that this is on the server side or client side, just go to any page. Right now we are on the profile. Let's go to the profile page in the group 2, I believe. And then just go inside here. And let's go ahead and say console.log something. Maybe 2 plus 3. Something like this. Now you see this is going to, on the terminal, it is not going, you can see even here it's just saying server. It is giving us in the console. I think they have improved this. This is nice. But it is written with the word server. This is on the server. And that's why you just have these 5. This is on the server. And if you want to convert a component to be on the client, you simply actually use client on top. And by the way, if you just make it use client has some rules. For instance, right now we might get an error because this is not how we name React components. Let's see. If we try now here, in production, this might work on the localhost, but in production, this won't work. But you can see now we have 5. Okay. Make sure if you use client here, make sure you make the page to be something with a capital, an actual React component. So this is now, if you check here down, there is nothing on the terminal. It is going in the browser on the client. So that's the difference between the client. Now this concept of use client and use server, you cannot exhaust it in 1 second or in 1 minute. It gets blurred. But what you can just know, we have the server and we have the client. On the client, it is where we do normal JavaScript in the browser, on click, on anything. But on the server is where we have like PHP on the server. Like you have to save the data, you can save the data, you can encrypt the data, and you can do all those things with the data without being noticed. So you don't need to really beat around so much about this. We're going to expound it as we move on. That's why we have the server components and the client components. The server components, how they behave, we're going to be looking at all this. Let's just move on. And I think at this point, you should be, these are like the basics, React basics that you need to know. And I think still in this React basics, that you can still go and check on my videos. Okay, on this Next.js 13 for beginners. It is a series having different videos. Okay, I presume you should just go here and learn these things. For instance, there is a nice one which is saying, I will leave a link to this one. This one is a good one that talks about use state and condition rendering in Next.js. So what I want at this point, I've made an introduction. Okay, I've made an introduction, a very nice introduction covering all the things you need. And in the front end, now I've started the journey. Go ahead, and I'm just going to give you all these videos. So the first one that you need to watch is this series, if you can. The problem, people are not patient. That is the problem I'm finding. Instead of someone getting a book and go down and starts writing, he chooses just to go on a complex tutorial and follows it because he wants to build the project very fast. Just go on to these ones, play the video, okay? The sound might have not been as clear as this one I have right now, but trust me, this was really explanatory. Like if you just look at my videos, and this still works even up to now, whether you're in Next.js 15 or not, this still actually works. Okay, because it was done. You can see I'm writing, for instance, CRUD CSS. I'm writing CRUD CSS. You can just go here and write. We are developing this whole entire UI nicely. We did all this 1 year ago, and this content wasn't like really selling. But me, I take this fundamentally. Someone learns these fundamentals. All the students I have on my school, they have gone through these things, and that's why they are so good in Next.js, because they didn't jump steps. So simply go to these videos and take step by step. If you already know this, nice. The next one, I'm just going to give you now videos on TypeScript. Okay, I have 2 videos about TypeScript. Just go here on the videos here, and just simply go here and type in TypeScript. Okay, I have 2 videos for TypeScript, and they are here in this series. I have 2 videos for TypeScript. You can see I have the first one, TypeScript for beginners in Next.js. This is the best. I'm explaining at a perspective of a person who doesn't know why you need TypeScript. Okay, you can see here I've been using JSX, JavaScript, and it is working very well. But you need to move to TypeScript, whether you want or not. So just move TypeScript. And it has 2 videos. If you scroll down, there is another one called Advanced TypeScript for Next.js developers. Okay, this is another one you have to watch. There is the first one, which is for beginners, and there is this one, Advanced TypeScript for Next.js developers. Go ahead and watch these 2 episodes. There are 2 videos. Get a book and write down. I've told you most people don't want to, they don't want to write things down. Moving on, TypeScript we're done. Next, Tailwind. I have a video about Tailwind. Just go here. Still go back on the videos here, and then search in Tailwind. Tailwind, just like this. I will just this one. On the 10 essential concepts of Tailwind, this one goes through actually most of the things in Tailwind. Okay, very easy. You can see this video. Just go ahead and watch this, and you might actually, at the end of the day, I might put all these things together before maybe I publish the video. I don't know. If you will check in the description, you might find I've created a page for you, and I've added all these things like just basics. What do you need to watch? I might put all these things for you to be able to watch. Okay, so that is another one. And by the way, there is also one concept that we didn't include here. Let me just go there. SEO, you need to understand also at least a state manager. So you need either Redux or you need or Zustand. So Zustand or Context API. Context API. So just go here, and just go and see Context API. Okay, so you need at least one of these ones still on the front end. You need to understand this. A Redux and Zustand, you need it. Okay, so I'm just guiding you on the tutorials that I have, and I have covered all these concepts. Tailwind CSS, go ahead and watch this one. You can also get a beta video for Tailwind. Really, I don't know if I have any Tailwind that is not this, but in this video here, that's why you see it has 1K. I covered the most nice concepts that you need in Tailwind. Okay, that you need in Tailwind. Just go ahead and watch this video. Okay, and then next, shard CN. You need to learn shard CN because we are in simplifying Tailwind. Writing CRUD Tailwind does not help because you realize you need to focus on more concentrated or more bigger things. So just go ahead and do this video of shard. Just go down here or still on my channel and type in shard CN. Shard CN, just like this. You will get this, how to use shard CN. This video really sold out. It was having really advanced concepts. Go ahead and watch this video. Is covering right away from things like dark mode. What all these things, I covered them in this video. It is a 1 or 2 hour video, but it covers a lot in details. Go ahead and watch this. Next, you need to build some interfaces. So the another one is consume an API with or without API key. So you need to know how to consume an API. Now, if you want to see where I'm consuming an API, it is very easy to actually have this consuming API with this, one of these ones. So if you go to my videos, I don't know, we can just go here. You can just go here and search data fetching. Search data fetching, and you look for the one for Next.js. So we have the one for Next.js 13, this one. Okay, you can just see we have this one, data fetching. I think we are using an API. We first designed this. Okay, anyway, just going to do data fetching even in today's video. But this, you can see we have categories and what and building a store page. Okay, but the another one you can search is, I think, either you can learn Zustand. I want you to go ahead and search in Zustand instead of learning the one for Redux. You can just go ahead and watch the one for Zustand. The good thing with this one is we are just learning not only this, but we are also fetching data. Okay, we are also learning how to fetch data, and it has, I think, even, I don't know if I had like a documentation for this, but we in this video here, I'm covering data fetching, I'm covering Zustand and all those things. Okay, so it is very nice to go and watch this video for Zustand. Under this here, this will just help you to learn this and also learn this. Then let's go to SEO. You also need to watch a video about SEO, of which I have. Just go back here and then go here and search for SEO. SEO like this. And I have two videos, the one which is like 1 year ago, and then we have this one for the Nextjs 13, and there is also for the Nextjs 14. Just go and watch this one. Okay, I'm explaining all the things in this one. You can see SEO in Nextjs 15. Just go ahead and learn this, and we just like on the fundamentals. Now you are setting yourself here, you are good. If you reach on that, you have done all these videos here. I'm going to put them for you really nicely. These links, I'm going to put them really nicely so that you can find all these videos together. I'm just going to create either a blog or something where you put all these things together, and you just simply just come on the front end, you go JS basics, it will give you a video to watch, React like that. All of them, I'm just going to connect them. Then let's go to the backend. You need to handle forms using the use state and React hook forms. So I want you to go ahead and you simply go backward. So here, okay, you can still go back here and you can put React hook form. I don't know if just like React hook. And in the React hook, you might also beat this. We have the first one here. The one that this one, if you need a TypeScript version, you need you will find it here. And in this one was very interesting because we built a multi-step form wizard. Okay, in this one, this was very interesting actually. In this one, which is really handling forms at a highest level, a multi-step form with Next.js, and we used, in this case, we used Redux. Now you can see you can also beat the same stone using Redux. If you see here, we are doing things from scratch, and it has even a documentation, I believe. I just want to see, was this JavaScript or TypeScript? Okay, so this was JavaScript. Okay, you can just go ahead and learn this. Okay, you can just go ahead and learn step by step how to build this here. Nice. So that is a nice one to learn about the React hook form. So let's go back here. Now creating an API. Okay. So right now, some of these things now here, I'm just going to start here. Since this is the backend version of things, I'm just going to start the video from here. And most of my brothers and my sisters are all stuck at this point. So I'm just going to pause and start on a new slate. This is going to just be like a episode 1, or this is going to be the first one, but this is going to be now us handling the backend type of things. At this point, you have done HTML, you have done all these concepts. Now we reach on creating API and server actions and dealing with a form. So I'm just going to simply stop and then start a new project. Okay, just going to start a new project, and then we start like looking. Okay, welcome into this segment. Now in this segment, we're just going to look at the backend side of things, whereby we're just going to create our own API and our own server actions, and we'll just work on the database, talk about ORMs, and we'll also do some CRUD. We might not do authentication. Okay, we might not do authentication. Okay, and I will be also giving you more details on this. Let's start by creating our Next.js application. I will close this one. I will also try to reduce on the amount of things I have here right now. I'll just do this. So in this, we'll build an application like this one. It will be the one for an e-commerce. It will be an, one of our e-commerce, but it's going to have all the concepts you see into this application. And for this one, I will leave a link for you to try this one as an assignment. So your assignment after this is to build an API version, and also to know that you can build a server action version of this application. And then, I don't know if time allows, we can add authentication before you do some things like adding a new recipe or that. Okay, so we might just look at all those things in today's video. So let's just get started and start by creating our Next.js application. And this is to call upon or my students who have been requesting this video, more especially on using Next.js for the backend, like creating API. This goes to people like my students like Kalanse, Joel, Chirabo Joel, and all others who have been waiting for this video, which is explaining a step-by-step how to create API routes and all that. I'm just going to start by creating a new Next.js application. npx create next app at latest. Do I say next? Create next app at latest. Let's give it a name, which is going to be maybe Nexto. So here we're just going to use all the concepts we have talked about. We are going to use TypeScript, yes. We are going to use ESLint, yes. We are going to use Tailwind, yes. We are going to use the source folder, no. We are going to use app router, yes. Are we going to use Turbo Pack? Yes. And no. So this one is going to go ahead and install Next.js with TypeScript and everything. So the first step would be designing the UI. Okay. Most especially when you're designing the UI, it really gives you the ability to know what do you actually need. Okay. So just going to build our own store. Okay, that is similar like this one. So let's start by going to let's just like wait a little bit. But for the API, we're just going to first fetch from an API. Then afterwards, we'll create our own API. So let me show you and give you the API that we are going to use. So I have this is my e-commerce, and by the way, if you want to learn how we created this complicated after watching this CRUD, like how we have done everything here, you might want to go in something detailed and something more complex, and you might just need to watch this where we created this. This is really advanced. You can see it has inviting users and doing all things which are really advanced. So if you want to run this roles and permissions, you can see this one has like roles as permissions, has these nice components that we built here. This is really advanced. Okay, I have a Next.js course, okay, that you can find on our website. Okay, and you would want to have first watch this one. I'm just going to teach you, and then you go into this one because this one is really advanced. But this is the one you go to it, and you know you're going to learn a lot. Okay, this is why you go and just know you're going to learn a lot. So just go ahead and read about this course. And we built a lot of things. We built 3-in-1 3 inventory system. We built a full stack portfolio and all these ones. You really need to check out this. Okay? You need to check out this. So I will leave a link in the description where you can find that. Okay, let's just check on our app. It has finished. I'm just going to cd into next store code dot -r. Okay. I don't know what happened there, but let's just like close one and we are into this one. So I'm just going to say next, sorry, I'm just going to say npm run dev. Okay, so the first thing that we just want to get done is going to be the UI. Now, most people like really building, I don't know how they find it hard to build the UI, but you should be able or comfortable to build the UI, you know. But let's just go, since this is for beginners, let's go and do this, guys. So just going to go into the page. This is where we're going to put all our code, okay? So we used the concept of components. At this point, you need to have learned the concept of like components and all that. So this is going to be whole entire component that is going to receive the data. So what I would do, I would just go and create an entire component that is going to hold all these things. Okay, so you can just go and create a folder for components. Let's create a folder for components. Inside the components, I'm just going to write one component called store page .tsx. Okay, at this point you need to have run TypeScript with Next.js, you know, the props and all that, defining types and everything. RFC, just going to say store page. Okay, and this is where we're going to put our entire store. So I'm just going to write here h2 entire store. Now, the concept I always use, make sure that your pages are very clean and they simply have, for instance, on the home, you just don't have many things. You just come here and you simply have the store page. Just like this. Make sure that your pages are always clean like this. They don't have much things because in the pages is where we do data fetching. Okay, so make sure they are as clean as possible. Do not have things in the page where you have use state. You have what? Make sure the use state and everything are always in the components, and then your pages, they remain so clean, because the idea is, or what I've come to discover is, make sure that your pages are all on the server. They are all server side, and then your components can become anything they want. You're going to see why this is very useful. So just go in the store page. I'm just going to start designing this class name, and we can just start with this nice gradient. So I'm just also going to open the Tailwind website, and I can just simply come here and say gradient. Okay, and the gradients are here. You can just like scroll down really like so, and there is already some gradients like with two colors. I'm just going to simply copy this, okay, and just like paste it here, bg gradient, and it comes from this. Okay, it comes from maybe cyan, so I'm just going to say it will come from blue, and then it will be going to maybe blue 900, like from the if we just go back, simply make sure that this one, let's give it a min height of screen. Okay, let's go and run this in can I just go here and I run localhost? Okay, so you can see we have a very nice here. You can still make it like more dark than this if you want. You can just like make this 950. Okay, and to create this NAC very nice dark theme. So that is, we're going to go with a blue theme, or you can just go with a purple theme, whichever theme you want. Really, at this point, you can just have the choice is yours, but you can see it's just like a nice gradient. Now we have this white or this gray thing that is on top, so that's what we're just going to look for. So I'm just going to go inside here. I will have another container. So for this one, let's give it a max width of maybe 5xl.mx auto, mx auto dot rounded maybe lg, and let's put here our h2. And in this case, we're just going to first give also the padding to this, like padding of 16. And let's see how this looks like. Now I'm just also going to give this one a min height of screen. And I'm just going to put this one is the inner container. Okay, I'm just going to, where is our application? Okay, so this is the inner container. Let's give it a background color of white. So if you just look at it, it's not having like actual white. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and I just give it bg, you can just use gray 50, just like this. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is how it looks like. This looks like we gave it really less width. Let's try actually 7. Yeah. So this one looks like it is actually completing the whole entire screen. So what I would give, I would remove the max width and maybe we only use padding. So we could just like come and use this padding here of 24. Okay, so it looks like nice. That it seems like to be much. Let's say padding y of 16 and the px of 8. Let's see. Okay, still maybe we try also 8 here, maybe overall. Yeah, so this looks nice. It gives that nice, look. Okay, so next is we have this component, this header component here. So we can divide this into a header. Okay, and then so we have 3 components that are main here. We have this header component with the search. So I'm just going to go inside this one. We have the header component, this header component. So I will just create a component for this. So I'm just going to go here and create header dot tsx, and I'm just going to say rfc, and I just go here, put h2, which says header. Okay, nice. Then just going to go ahead and bring this header here. This is going to which is going to have what did we name it here? So make sure this one is header like this. Okay, and then just come here and let's name this as header. Simple like that. Okay, so this is going to have this logo. Okay, so I'm just going to go to Canva here. You create just like a nice simple logo, and I'm just going to come and I say maybe create a custom, and if I wanted to take this to the next level, I would just go ahead and maybe save this image, and I even look at its dimension maybe. And just go here, and that is 918 by 300. 918 by 300 pixels. 918 by 300 pixels. Create. And I'm just going to go here and you can search for logo. I don't know. On elements, I'm just going to search for computers or something like store. In fact, yes, I say store. Could just go on these, and then you could just like, we could get something that matches our blue store. So here, maybe I'm just going to say computer or something. I don't know. Anything that you can just say for our logo. Maybe we just say cut. Okay, so this looks nice. I'm just going to change its color to blue. Let's change this to typically maybe blue. I'm just going to search in here blue. And now the nice way could be just go to these stops, and let me just go here and I say tailwind colors, and let me just get a blue color just here like so. And you can also paste this and it will just like have that color, and then you can just like gadget word or something, h2. So I'm just going to go here and I say text, and I'm just going to say gadget store. Gadget store like this. Go ahead and make this big. Okay, so let me just reduce this. Okay, so this one shouldn't be so big than the thing itself. Let's make it proportionate. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is going to be gadget store, or this one was the name was Forkify. I can just also give it like Storify or something. Why not? Let me see. Storify. Okay, and you could just like make this as nice as you can, and let's make this one now more bigger, and this one here like so. And we need to change the color. Let's just like maintain that that black with blue. Could just like make it like that. Maybe we don't use a very black color. You could just come and give it something like this. Storify. Nice. So let's go ahead and get this. I'm just going to still select it, go to colors, maybe a more gray color. This one is okay. I'm just going to go ahead and download this and start using this. So download, I will just make it transparent, and we can just go ahead and use this. Copy. I'm just going to go here in the public. So you can just go here in the public, and this is why you add your assets. Okay, just rename this to logo. So let's add this logo in our header here, and this has to be a link. Now at this point you must have learned of next link. Let's say here we're just going to add our image. So inside this, we just go ahead and add the next image. Okay, so for the link, we just need to pass in href. And then for the image, let's pass in the source. And for this case, it's going to be /logo. Logo.png. And then we have to specify the width, which was 918, and the height, which was 300. And then we have to give it a class name of maybe width. Let's first try maybe like 32. There is one thing missing, which is the alt tag. And you can just say this is our logo. Okay, nice. So after putting the logo in place, so the logo is there, looking nice. Let's increase it. Maybe we give it 64. Yeah, nice. This looks like a bit maybe bigger. You could just like try something in between here. Something like 50 something. It is no 50. Yeah, it is 56. Okay, this is good. So give a class name to the header, and it's going to be padding of 8. Okay, so this looks nice. Then from that, you see we have the search box, and then we have this. So you can see like this one is in between, and then we have these other two ones. So after this logo, we'll have the search. So here we're just going to go ahead and add the search. And then this side we have the two buttons, the add recipe and bookmarks. Okay, so I just go here and I will put them in the same. Also give them flex. And let's go here. We just have the buttons. Okay. So at this point, if I'm having like the buttons like this, I'm thinking of actually using something like shard, right? So let's just at this point integrate shard. So I'm just going to go to shard cn and click on installation, Next.js, scroll down where we have this D. Click for the one of npm, and let's get this kind of copy here, and down here we can just go ahead and add this like so. Okay, they are saying, would you like to proceed? They're saying there is something they found here in Spain. It looks like you're using React 19. Some packages may fail to install due to peer dependencies issues. So how do you like us to proceed? So they're saying use force or use legacy peer deps. So all these two, they all work. I'm just going to take the first one. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, after installing that, then now we can add, for instance, a button. Okay, this one has finished installing. Let's add a button so that we can use now this button. That's why I said you need shard cn so that you simplify your life. Okay, so I'm just going to go inside here. And by the way, to avoid this, you would have used pnpm. Pnpm handles these conflicts for you. And I might use pnpm. I don't know why I chose npm, because this whole thing of installing with that is really not nice. But let's move on. So I'm just going to go ahead and here, I'm just going to first leave the search. I'm going to add these two buttons. One is add recipe, and then is bookmarks. So I'm just going to go here and call the button. Okay, from the UI button, the first one I will add the icon, which is the pencil icon. So I'm just going to say pencil from Lucid. This one installs with CRUD, and then just go ahead and add the text which says add. This is going to be add product in our case, and then you can duplicate this one and you're just going to add the bookmark. I think it is also called is it called bookmark? I'm not so sure. From Lucid, we can just go here to Lucid icons, and then we just say, for instance, book. Let's say bookmark. Yeah, we have this. Yeah, we have bookmark actually. I don't know what is happening with Prettier, because for now it is doing something not nice. Okay, so here we are having this problem, of course, of the book. I'm just going to just do this. I don't know what is the problem. Bookmark. So you can just get bookmark icon, and then just going to say these are bookmarks. Bookmarks, just like this. You don't know the spelling of bookmarks. Okay, so if we just go back here, we have the two buttons. So I'm just going to show you how to customize this in a second, but let's first go to this and let's apply flex. Item center, and justify between. Okay, so you can see these ones are extreme this side. Let's also work on them. So you can just go here, give them flex, item center, and let's give them a gap maybe of 4. So you have them looking like this. This is nice. So far I'm just we want to customize this to be blue. As you're seeing, we're having everything here in that. So I just want to customize them to look like that. So I will just go first of all back to the shared CN and just go to where we have the themes, and now you can choose the theme you want. For instance, we're using a blue theme. So you just come here, you have all these orange, and you have the red, you have this. You can even just go ahead and customize the border radius and everything you want, but right now we want blue. And the radius, we're going to leave everything the way it is. They give you for the light and the dark mode, how this looks both in light and dark mode. So just go ahead, and after doing this, go ahead and copy the code. So this gives you to customize this, copy everything, and you're going to replace this layer base. So go in your CSS here, global.css, and just where there is layer base, let's go ahead and replace this like so. And others, you can just like leave them like that. So if you go back, you see our buttons are like this. Now for the buttons, they look like they are small. Let me first put on actually like on this. If you think these buttons are small, you can customize actually these buttons a little bit. You just go in the UI button, and let's go, for instance, the button. We can just go and change this, there is size, And on the size, instead of just like 9, you can change this. For instance, on the default one, you make this 12. I don't know if that is too much, because you can see from the one with ROG, but on ROG it has this. But I want to go ahead and make this one to be 12, and let's first see how that one becomes big. So you can see, I think it's like too big, maybe. Yeah, so you can just like work with that. So you can see we have these two. Now let's put the search in between. So you have this search with the search. So the place you can just get the search, you could just go to Flowbyte. So go to Flowbyte. Okay, and then inside the Flowbyte, I just want you to go here and type in, for instance, the search input, and then you're just going to be brought on this. So you can see you have different versions. The one with this button inside, let's first move around and see which one we can take. There is those ones, there is this type, there is that, and then there is this one, and then there is that one. I think that is the last one. There is this, and there is this, there is that, and I think we're just going to go with this first one. It has this search inside, so we're just going to go for something like this. And if you're just going for those kind of vibes that are similar to this one, so let me just go for that. I'm just going to go here and let's copy this. So it is in the form, which is okay. So if you just go in this here in the header, you notice that we need to add in between these the search. Here, add the search like that. Now for these, you can see they are HTML. They still have this class for HTML. Replace or get everything like this. Select class with equal signs, Control F, and then Control H, and just add class name and equals. Replace everything. And then for this, just change this 4 to HTML4. And we don't have any errors. Let's first look at the first site. How does this look like? So this is how it looks like. This doesn't look nice. So the first step to this one, remove this max width. And let's give this one a flex 1. Now flex 1 means that this one will occupy in this. In this we have one, the first item. We have the second item. I'm just going to actually move this here. We have the second item, which is this the search, and then we have this last item. So we have 3 items. So if you give this one flex 1, it will signify that you want this one to occupy the biggest space of all of them. So you can see it pushes them like so. So what we can also give is on this very one, can give a px of 8, so that we really give some spacing. Okay, let's work on this button. So the first alternative we can have is looking for that button and even this search icon. So for the search icon, let's go ahead and replace it. We maintain the class. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this class, and then I'm just going to use a search icon. So you just say search from roasted, but just give it the same class name, just like so, and remove this SVG because it is cluttering the whole entire space. For the input, let's first leave it, and then we have this button here like search. So we can just go ahead and put our own button. So I'm just going to replace this one with our own button, just like this, which says maybe submit or such, I don't know. So if we just replace it with that, we need to have some classes that were on it. My bad. Before we remove it, we can just copy this whole entire class name and we leave it. Or we could just even leave this one, I don't know. It has this position absolute, which is making it to remain inside. We could just leave it. The only thing just going to add is roundness. So we can just say rounded full. Okay, so you can see it here. So we're trying to go for something like this kind of vibes with maybe even a search icon, I don't know. Okay, can we just like first instead of rounded RG, I'm just going to go ahead and work on its padding to match the padding. I believe for this has padding of 4, so we can just say 4, and this will make it to fit in here. Let's make it to px, let's give it px of 8. Okay, and let's position it. So here we have this. Maybe can we give it 3? Absolute and bottom focus. Okay, let's see. Bottom. Let's see. Let's first give it extreme, like 5, and we'll see what happens. Okay, it is going. So if we give it 2, okay, then we give it 1.5, and then let's give it 1. Okay, the next one is 0.5, I believe. Okay, it seems like 0.5 is somehow okay. Let's try the right. So there is this end. If I give end of 5, I don't know what happens. Okay, let's give end of 0 and 0. So if we wanted it to pass in, we could just actually just give it like end of maybe 3, and then you gave it as minus. So you can see it actually just like passes a little bit. Okay, to give this whole feeding, and I'm also going to give this one rounded full. So just go here and here. I'm just going to give this rounded full. Okay, and that is looking nice. Maybe we could just like add an icon inside here. So if you wanted, we could just go ahead and add another search icon. I don't know if that is like even really necessary. So we just need to give this a display of flex items center and space X of maybe 3, just to have the icon. And now since we have an icon, just make sure you give it a class width. I would just actually give it the same exact same things like this one, but let's just give it width of 4, h of 4, and minus r of 2. Okay, that looks nice. Okay, so you could just like we have this scenario right now. I I believe if we gave this bottom of 0, let's see. Yeah, this sits in really nicely. And then maybe these blue are too much, so we could just like have blue of this, then hover. There's a lot of moving parts here, but this is good enough. Maybe we have to remove this if you click. So the first thing that I would encourage you to do before going any further is to install Tailwind Forms. So I'm just going to say Tailwind Forms plugin. So just go ahead and add this plugin of Tailwind Forms. If you're going to deal with Tailwind, just add this plugin. Let's go ahead and install this. First go up here, then just let's go ahead and add in these Tailwind forms, and then just go and add this plugin just like this in Tailwind config. Under plugins, add it. So you could just go ahead and open the Tailwind config, and then inside this, where you have themes, just inside here, add another plugin just like this. Now this might not change anything here, but this is going to be fundamental. You can see it changes actually. To show you this, so we don't want this to have this glowing flame. As you can see, this one doesn't have anything. It has only just the background of white. So this one we might just make it more gray, like 50. In fact, let's just go back to this to the store page. We make sure that the store page itself, this one has, can we just say BG blue of 100, so that in the header, this one will give it a background color of white. So there is this BG of this to be now very nice. Very nice. Now we have to remove this whole thing, the glowing thing on that. So on the input, let's go ahead and remove ring. So if you just see blue ring, we can just see ring, the border, dark border. There are a lot of things here, but I would just say border 0. I don't know if I just say border 0. So we can just like remove this, and then we can just say also ring 0. And I don't know, and then also on hover. So hover, okay, most people say not on hover, but in focus. So I'm just going to say focus, and then just want to say focus border 0. And then also focus, I want to say ring 0, and let's see what happens. So now we have the focus. There is nothing we have. This is nice now. I like it. Then we can just go ahead and add the shadow to this. Shadow, maybe, I don't know. There is a lot of things here. Could add the shadow, maybe that is too much. I don't know. Maybe XL. If you're like adding the shadow, don't make it really escalate. Just maybe shadow. What does shadow inner look like? Let's just first see here. Shadow inner, that doesn't look. Just going to say shadow MD. This is going to be enough. Yeah, this is good enough. I have this, and you know, we can just now go and change the placeholder search for products. So here, just going to say search products. So it's going to be search products. So you can see we have a nice looking thing. So far so good. So far so good. We can also work on this product. Now since this looks like this, I don't know if we just need to change ours. Also, like, we can only change this if we go down here, we can simply change and we give it a variant. So we have two variants. The one is there is a ghost that makes it like that, and then this one you can also give it like you can give it also a ghost. So variant, and then you give it ghost. Okay, so this makes our search to be prominent than the other ones. Okay, if you want to make this one's capital, it is okay. Okay, so let's just now work on this other lower part. This lower part is divided into two. There is this left part, which having this list, like so, and then there is this other part, which is showing the detailed page of this. So let's start with that. So I'm just going to go and work on this list, product list. So I'm just going to go and work on the product list. You can leave the head alone. Let's go back to the store page, and then down below this we have two things. In fact, you can call this main, and inside this one you have two parts. You have the left part, okay, this aside, we could just make this aside, and then you have also the other part, the detailed page, product detail page, and then this one is just the aside. You can just make this a div, you don't need to get scared. This is the same thing whether you make it aside or not. So this is going to be the product list, this one, product list. So we can just give this one a class name of flex items center. I don't think they even need to be item center for now. Let's first leave it like this. Now we could just use flex or grid depending on how you want to handle responsive. I'm not going to handle responsive in this case. I'm doing CRUD, not that. So I'm just going to have this occupy. I'm just going to use grid for this. Let's say grid, and let's give it grid columns, 12 columns. Just going to give this grid columns, and then let's first set the first one, this one, to occupy grid, and if I just say goes with core span. So this is going to occupy 4, and this one occupy core span of 8. At this point, let's first see. I'm just going to give this one. I will leave one side to have this, and maybe this one to be more deeper. BG of tier still 100. They just like see the difference. So we have this one, and we have also this other one this side. So this one will just like make it maybe more grayish or something. So if you see this, there will be some sort of like maybe a border or something to demonstrate that page ends there. Okay, so let's go ahead. I think that is enough. Let's start with this one. This is the product list. First of all, I'll start giving it some padding. Let's give it a padding of 4 for now. Nice. Maybe this one, I don't know if we're going to give it padding. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, in this one, we are going to have the product list. So this is going to be a component. I'm just going to name this as product list dot tsx rfc. Just name this as product list. just a product list for now. And then in the product list, there will be products. So you can see inside this product list here, there is these products you see here right now. So let's go ahead and just create one more component of a product. So just going to have here product.tsx and RFC. And now let's go ahead and make this one. So this is going to be a link. So make it a next link. Let's make it a href. For now, just put a slash. And then here, we're just going to say product, just like this. So this product is going to be inside the product list. So inside the product, we'll have the product like this. And you can just make them, many. They will be like that. So if we go back, let's connect the product list. So this product list, let's connect it inside the store page. So here, let's remove this and let's put product list. Okay, so you can see we have our different products. So let's go ahead and design one product how it is. It has an image, and when you hover it, it changes the color. So I'm just going to have the image with its title and the person who created the product. I'm just going to go here in the product list, and inside the product, let's start. This link is going to have a class name of flex items, maybe center. And then we have the image. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to put next image, and let's go ahead and get the source like for this image here. Copy image URL. So scroll down a little bit, image address, and let's add this as source. Okay, just like this. I'm just going to go ahead and say image. Let's give it width. I'm just going to give this a width of let's say 500 by 500, and let's also give it alt, which is going to be the image we just see, and then what else? Of course, we are going to have an error at this point. As you can see here, this image here is not configured in our next config. So they have this link. You can click here and you see how to configure this. So normally what I'm just going to do is just simply copy these images object like this, and let's go back to our next config, and let's go ahead and add this object inside here for the images. Now we just need to make this HTTPS. Now here I'm just also going to make the host name, I'm just going to make it star. So this is just to allow all, and then remove everything else. We need protocol and this. Now let's first, this is going to go ahead and reload the whole entire application. If we check, let me see. So if you just check here, the application is going to reload. Yeah, so you can see it restarted, and let's reload. Okay, so I believe this must be now star, 1 star maybe. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. How do we make this to handle all the path name, I'm seeing here star on the host. Can we put just like star on the host protocol and the host? Because we're going to use some other images from other places, so this is supposed to be like star. I don't know why. Let me just go ahead and restart. Restart the server. Just like this. This star should work. I don't know. Images, remote patterns, star. Maybe you have to put like slash or something. I mean, you can just like ask AI on that if it refuses. Let's wait and see if it refuses. I'm just going to go to, so you can just go to v0 and let's ask, how do I make it possible to use a wildcard to allow all images? So you see if it can just like carry pass to use a wildcard to receive, to allow all images, and so you can see it actually just like tells us exactly what we have. I don't know where we are missing the problem. I have no idea. Like, really. Wait, did I just like remove everything? Like, I don't know where we are missing the point. For this, oh, this one is actually not HTTPS. This like, seems like this is HTTP still, is not an HTTPS, it is an HTTP. So can we just the protocol for this, can we just say put another image? Oh, sorry, this one is, remember, this is an array, so we can just do this and we remove HTTPS and we say HTTP. Because it looks like it's an HTTP. Okay, we should good to go. Yeah, nice. Okay, so we are good. Okay, so we have the image. Now let's give it a class name. Okay, and let's give this width of something like maybe 56, height of 56, and let's give it rounded. Now I'm not going to make them, I think, like rounded full. Let me first see how this one looks. That width is of course big. Let's make 32. 32. Okay, that is still big. Let's make 24. Okay, that looks still big. Let's make this 16 and 16. Okay, that one is good. I believe. Yeah, that is significantly good. Okay, so now at this point, let's go ahead and put a title. So you can just go here inside the image. Let's put h2 of the title, and just going to say for HP. So we can just like get an actual title for like a product, since hours are going to be like these. And I told you, if you want to learn advanced Next.js, the course is available. You can see the course is there. So just go ahead and get this. Copy and let's paste here. And I can also get this very image, I believe. They copy image address, and let me also put here. So this one shouldn't just actually give us any problem, since we have already worked on the images. Should just like replace it like so. Okay, so we have the images here. Let's go ahead and put the person maybe who created this. I don't know, in this context, does it really be helpful? Maybe we could just like put the brand. That would be nice. Let's just like put down here maybe the brand. So let's just like put a p tag, and I'm just going to say brand, and we could just also put this in a span tag, I believe. Like brand, and then we put here this is HP. I don't know what else we can, maybe we could have added, I don't know. And maybe we add brand and stock. This just like makes sense. So here we could just add brand, and so let me just cut this, and I'm just going to add another flex here. Let's just add the brand and the stock. So another p tag, and just going to say stock, and I say 32 items. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So first of all, let's just go here. All these ones are going to be put in the same div, just like this, so that these ones are just like this here. So brand and stock, these ones I'm just going to give them items center and space justify between. Okay, that would be nice. The stock is this side. Let's go ahead and give the gap. So we will just also give a gap here, or you could just give it a space X, but let's just like use a gap. Okay, so now we have to make it a different, the title has to be maybe blue or something to make it really look nice. So I'm just going to go here and let's give it something, class name text blue, maybe 700 or 600, like that. I'm not going to make it capital, but let's just also go ahead and make this whole entire thing have a BG. So first of all, we just need to work on these backgrounds, otherwise they're going to really confuse us. This whole other thing, I'm just going to give it a light background. You can see this one has a light background. So just go back to the store, and I'm also inside the main. So let's give this one a BG of really maybe blue or gray 50. Okay, this we give it gray 50, and let's give it a min height. Let's give it a min height of screen. Okay, so you can see that. Nice. Now this other one we gave it here, we're just going to remove. So this one can be BG maybe gray 100, just like this. Okay, nice. So this one now here, we need just to give it these hover colors, right? So let's go ahead and just do that, and I will increase a little bit the px to 6 maybe. And let's go back to the product list. The product. So just give it a bg of maybe blue now, 100. Okay, so these products, we're just going to give them class name here. For now, let's give them space y of like 2 or 3. Let's give 3. Let's give to be let's give them rounded. Let's give it some padding also, so a padding of 2. Okay, so this so far looks nice. I don't know if they should complete. Okay, so just going to make this whole padding finish the whole entire width. That means instead of putting this padding, so the padding we have on the store page, this one, remove this and let's go ahead and add it on the product. So you can just actually add this like so. Okay, so you can see this, and then maybe what we could just have put on the store page, I don't know, we could just like add maybe padding top or something, maybe let's say of 3. Yeah, to add that little space. But right now you see that this looks good. The px I think is okay. Just go back to the product. Px of 6 does this. Let's first leave it like at 2. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So on hover, we should just like make it that it should have like the same background. This one should just only come on hover. So this bg blue, I'm just only going to bring it on hover, and then we just say bg blue 100. We could just give also a transition or, and then like you say transition of 300. I don't know if we just like need to do that. Already the transition that comes in might be okay. Let's add in a transition. If you go back to the Tailwind website, I'm just going to say Tailwind, and I'm just going to search for transition. Okay, transition property here. There is transition opacity and all that. So if you want to see transition is in, you can delay, blue, hover, translate, and hover scale. So we can just pass in the duration. Since we don't want to do anything like scaling, we just only want to change maybe the colors and maybe even translate y. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and I say this, and I'm also going to say duration of maybe 500. Okay, let's just like see now. Yeah, so there is this nice effect. Okay, so this is good. So far, this is good. So the products look really, they look like there's a lot of space between them. Let's first see here. Okay, like I think that space is okay, really. I'm just going to maybe reduce a little bit on the padding, maybe padding y of 2, and this is going to be padding x. Yeah. Okay, I think that's nice. Okay, so the first problem right now, we have all the products. Now we can't just like make on this detailed product. If we click on this product, then we show this detailed page. So the detailed page has the image, and then it has this overlay of that. So we can just go ahead and get the image. So let's right now work on the detailed page. So we can just say product detail. So I'm just going to come here and say product detail dot tsx, and then say RFC, and let's go ahead and start like working on this. So basically we have a big image. I can copy this one. This like looks like it is in the background or something. I cannot just get it. Let's just use any image at this point. We already have one image here, so we start with an image. I'm just going to copy this one from the product, this, and just go ahead and paste it here and import this next image, and let's give this one width of 4. So we have width 4 like this. Rounded, I don't think we need it rounded. Let's see. Okay, let's bring it here. I'm just going to go to product detail. Let's bring it inside the store page where we have this product detail thing. Let's just go and say product detail like so. Okay, so this is the image right now. This is too huge, of course, but we'll handle that. Okay, so maybe we just should give it also height. Let's just say height. Height of maybe 200 pixels. Let's see. I just don't know if that is the height we want. Maybe 300. Let's see. Yeah. So here the image covers like maybe 300 or 350, something like that. So let's say 350 or 400. Let's see 400. 400 seems to be big, but it seems like it is okay. Okay, so I'm just going to fix it. Just give it object fit cover. So we could just like make it like really fit in, or if you say contain, it doesn't look good. To my opinion, this doesn't look good at all. So let's just add cover. Let's just say cover. Okay, so the image fills in nicely. Of course, this is not the good type of image, but let's just move with this. Okay, maybe let's first see this. Can I just make this one 300? Yeah, we'll just like make it 300. And then let's put the name of this on top here. So that would be making this class name. I'm just going to make this relative, and then I'm just going to add an h2. So I'm just going to go here on shard, and let's go to typography. So under typography, there is these nice headings. You can just go and get the one of h1, the big one, like this one, copy this, and I'm just going to go ahead and add it inside here. So we could just like add this to have absolute, like if we want it to be on top of that image, and let's say maybe we could just select bottom of 10. Okay, it is bottom. You just say bottom of 14 and you see where it's going to be located. Okay, so this is where it is located right now. First of all, let's go ahead and give it like a BG. Since it is also having like this, if you look at this, it has it is centered. So let's give this a max width. We need to add the name. We need to add this actual name of this canon thing, so that we are stating on the right one. So go to the product and let's get this title here. And let's go to the product detail, and I'm just going to add it here. Okay. Okay, let's give it some sort of max width. So max width of like 3 XL. Maybe can I just say X3 or 2 XL? Maybe, I don't know, 2. 2 XL. And then I'm just going to give it some background. So let's give it a background, maybe a very dark background, I say here. So let's also go back to this. We have a background here. Sorry. We have a background here which is already giving us the gradient. I'm just going to use that very one in the product detail here. So we want it to be from this time from 950 going to maybe 500. I don't know, like want to give it that. Okay, so now we should center this. Now, even if we give it MX auto, I don't think this will center it. You can see it has, but we can center it with, for instance, left a half. Can you just give like left a half? Okay, let's just like do this. Okay, and then we could just say translate. I don't know if just was supposed to be translate X. Translate X also a half. Okay, yes, like maybe negative a half. Okay, nice. And can we just go ahead and increase this one to 3 max width? Max width for, okay, the max width thing is as if is actually not working. Let me first remove it. Yeah, so what is working right now is the left, I believe. Left a half. Okay. Let me see if I make it a third. Okay. Just leave it on a half, and I'm just also going to give it a line clamp of 2, like maybe to have only 2 lines. I don't know, on this left I would give it maybe another percentage. Let's give it 8%, like left of 30%. Okay, does 50%. Okay, how about like 40%? Okay, I think 40% is good. Okay, and then I think this would be good. Just like make this one color white, then like text white. Okay, and maybe to make it not to look weird, let's give it a px of 3, and let's say py maybe of 1, and some roundness. Okay, so I'm just trying to create it to be like maybe more nice. Okay, so this is Canon. Pick some of these. Okay, doesn't matter. Then the next thing is we need to add like more details on this. So if you just go to this API, we can look at these more details that you have. We have the price, you know, you have the product detail, and then you have product description, and then the reviews. So we could just like have the description below it. Let's go here, product detail. So after that, let's add the p.py of 4, and let's add the description. Okay, and you wonder why that is. I think it's because of this bottom thing here. Okay, I'm just going to use maybe top. I'm just going to use top. Top. Let me just also give it in percentage. Just in percentage. Okay, nice. So we have the description down here. I'm just going to give it also apx of 4. Okay, then we can add the maybe the price or even the button to bookmark or something. So you can see here it has these details. So when you just go to product details, I have the description. We're not going to put the reviews, but what we can put is the price and the stock, and maybe they want to either add to cart or that add to bookmark. So down here, we're just going to add this same thing, the brand. So we could just go to the product down here where we have these two, the brand. Let's go to this product detail, and down here you could add the brand, and maybe the brand is here HP, and then this. Let's go and see. Okay, so for now this is not going to work. Let's add this inflex, padding y of 4, and just here. And then after, we're just going to add the button of add to bookmark. So I'm just going to have here a button, which is going to be button. Okay. Add or bookmark. Okay. Let's go ahead and add an icon. Just add a bookmark icon. Let's go ahead and give it a class. Give it a class name, bookmark. I'll give it some width and height, and then margin are of 2. Okay, let's see now. So let's make it goes to the other end, so we can also add flex, item center, and justify between. So this will make it move it the side, but let's add the padding. So we can just like padding of 8 for this one. Okay, so these are like enough details for our use case. Okay, like we really don't have problems with all this. We have the brand and the stock. Let's go ahead and add in this one. Let's add a gap of 6. Okay, so the name brand, we can just like change this one. Let's give this class name text blue of 700, and even in this one, let's make sure that the stock is in a span, and then you can just give it a class width, class name of text blue of 700. Okay, so we have the UI that is not too bad really. So what we want is to implement. If I click here, it should be just going and does all this. Okay, nice. So first of all, we need to use the given API. So in the things that we talked about in the XCAD draw here, that you should be able to consume the API. So I have an API here. I have an API. I'm just going to give you this API. Guys, don't misuse my API. I'm just like trying to be polite here. So there is this link. If you click it, I'm just going to leave it in the description. You get all these products, and this is, you can see, is an API. So it gives back this. So I'm just going to go here and I copy this. Okay, so this is why we bring in server actions. Okay, so server actions behind the scenes are also APIs. Okay, server actions are also APIs, but they give us an abstraction, a high abstraction of an API, or it gives us an easy way to use it, or an easy way to use an API. So let's go ahead and fetch these products and we bring them here. So just go ahead and create another create a new folder and call it actions, or just like for server actions, and then just go ahead and create products. So inside here, products.ts, and inside here, the first thing to put on top is use server. So this one declares this one as a server component. Even if you tried in the browser, you cannot access this product.ts. Even if you go to the browser, you cannot see this. That's why use server is very important, and make sure you put there. Then here I'm just going to say export async function, call it get products. Okay, and just go here, and you can just do a try catch. At this point, this is normal JavaScript, And then inside here, you could just say const. So you could just go here and I say const API is equal to this link. Let's first put it here. So you can just say const, maybe I just say const response is equal to await, and then let's say fetch. Let's go ahead and fetch the API. So whatever we just get here, I'm just going to say const products, or maybe you could just say response or result is equal to await response dot JSON. So we convert it into JSON, and then let's go ahead and return result. Okay, so we don't know the type of this. I'm just going and say, for this case, I'm just going to say return maybe an empty array, and if there is any errors, let's go ahead and console.log the error. So we are returning this result. Right now, if you just look at this has the type of any. So we'll have to define the type script for this. For now, let's go ahead and see if we can get this data. So any page here, for instance, this is a good place to fetch the data. That's why you said make sure this one is clean. This page should leave it clean because it's going to be fetching our data here. So const, for instance, products is equal to await, and then you say get products, and then, or you could just give it an empty, make this one an async, and then you can just go ahead and console.log products. Okay, by the way, there is also console.table. Of recent, I just get to know that there is console.table products, which is like really something I'd never tried on. Let's first see if this actually gets the data. So this gets the data but doesn't look really nice at all. I'm just going to go back to console.log here. I don't know if this is showing. Can this show in the browser? Let's see. If I just try to go in the browser like this, and this one looks really bad. I'm just going to go ahead and before I go very far, try to make it responsive with the columns. So I'm just going to say MD, and even this one MD, and this should just make it responsive. Oh, wait. So here just going to say core span full, and even this one core span full. Yeah, so you have something like this. Okay, so I don't know if the console here, okay, the console here, it has shown, you can see data on the server here. It gives us an array of 21 items, and inside there is data error and success. So what I want is, I'm just going to go to where I'm returning this here. I'm just going to say dot data, because if you see this is, it returns back an object which has data, error, and success. So I just need data. So if I just say dot data is what we are going to get here. Maybe const, I can just say here const just going to say const products is equal to this, and let's return the products. So this is going to return an array. So you can see right now we have an array of 21 items, and it says you very well it is on the server. Nice. We have 21 items. So we have to look at the TypeScript for this to be able to understand how this one really works. Okay, so for this one we might not need all this data. I'm just going to go ahead and map through this data and return a few things that we need. For instance, for us, we don't need all that data. So for the products, we can just say we can manipulate the result. We say here dot map, and then we access the single item, and then from this single item we'll just return an object, and this one has any. For now, just going to leave it as any because we don't have that type. I'm just going to return for the product we have here. On this we have the image, we have this, so I'm just going to make this one product image, title, brand, and stock. We need those ones, and maybe the ID. So we need the ID, which is going to be item.id, and then we have product image, let's say image, and let's say image URL, and this is going to be item dot product thumbnail. So if you just look at this, it has this product thumbnail like this. Then lastly we have stock, so it has also stock quantity, so you can just have stock. Okay, and you can just like add the stock like this, item dot stock. And lastly we need the title, so this one is on the product name, so this is on the name, so we can also just like say name is going to be item dot name, something like this. So if we just go ahead now return the products, let's refresh, it should just like change. It gives us still 21 items, but now this is changed. You see we have only ID, image, and name, and the stock, the only things we need for this. Okay, and maybe the brand. Yeah, so we need also the brand, so you can just say brand. It's going to be item dot, I think, brand. Now I don't know if it's like the brand name. Let's go and see actually from this. It has what do they call brand here? Product price. Okay, status, and there is brand ID, and then okay, so there is no any brand. So instead of brand, I'm just going to show price. It is very, so just say price here, and then for the price, what are we going to get? This is product code, product price. So just get the product price, item dot product price. So that's now in the product, instead of saying brand, I'm just going to show actually the price, and then we'll go ahead and show the price, like $3,000. Okay, so nice. If we just refresh one more time, we have these items. Now we have this as price. So we have this data. We want to show this data on this here. Let's go and do that. So first, after getting this, you have to create some TypeScript types for this. because right now if you just go back to the page, the problem we have is that if you hover on this, it has types of any, so we don't want that. So basically the things we have right now, I'm just going to go back to this in the actions, and we have to define the types for this. So we can just come here and we say the product export interface. So you can say export interface, and then you say product. Okay, product is, and in fact you say product, just going to all this one like product, and is going to have these things the way we have them here. Just paste this here. Item is going to be of type string. Image is of type string. Item stock quantity is going to be number. Name is string. Price is number. Just like this. Now we can just say as, so here we can just say as product array, just like this. So if you come back here and you hover on this, it has the type of product. So we now get these products, we pass them to our store page. So just come here and you can see products and use the equal to products. Okay, and now we can just say if there are no products, okay, we'll show something says no products yet. Start by adding a products, or we could show like the add product thing. So just going to show that in a second. Therefore we could do something like this: if products and products dot length is greater than 0, if actually here we're just going to say and greater than 0. If this is true, then we show the products. Else we can show another div that has an h2 inside which says no products. Okay, we have no products. And let's go and work on the store page. We are passing in the products. Sorry, we are passing in the products in the store page. So let's receive the products here. And then let's give them the types, which is going to be products. And we already have our product array, just like this. Now we get our products, we pass them into the product list. So here you can see how they are moving, and we say products, and then inside here also we just say products is of type products are of type product array, just like this. Now this is why we map through them, so remove these ones, and I'm just going to go inside here and I will do map. So do this products dot map, and we have a single product, and inside here just go ahead and return, and we are returning this product. Of course, you have to make sure you pass in the key of you could just say product.id, just like this, and then you have also to pass in the product. So just say product itself is equal to product. So just go to the product and let's pass in here the product, and let's receive the product is of type, and this product is of type product. just like this. Now we have it. So we start with the image. So remove the image and let's add the image, which is going to be product dot image URL. Nice. The alt is going to be product dot name, and then here the name is going to be product dot image URL. The price is going to be product dot price, and then the stock is going to be product dot stock here, like this. So you can see right now we have all the products looking nice. Others don't have others, I believe they don't have the image, or the images are not working. Let's first see, like I don't know, but you can see most of the products, we have them here. Okay, so this is where we're going to have where we could put like pagination and all those kind of stuff. Okay, we could just like put all this kind of stuff, but we're not going to look at the pagination. I just want to look at this here. So the easiest way you could have this is you could put a scroll. Instead of scrolling the page like this, you could add actually like a scroll up to this point. You show like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up like maybe 10 items. Okay, but if I wanted to put, I think, pagination, let's try it. There is a component here on shared CN for, I think, pagination. If you just scroll down here, let's see what would it take. I don't know. There is where there is this thing of pagination. I don't know. So you can see that you have this component. I really don't know how this one works. But what you do, the problem is we are not going to have this implemented on this, but you could actually just go ahead and install this and see how you would make it have pagination, guys. Let me see. So we could first install before we do anything. Just go down here, Control C, and let's install this. This one gives us the component to paginate, like a nice UI, like with the previous, next, and all that. Okay, so so we could just like go ahead and add now this component. Okay, let me just get this and I create it as a component. So just like do this. I'm just going to go ahead and copy and create, for instance, paginate .tsx, and just overwrite button. No. Okay, so we have this the pagination. Okay, then if we just want to call this as paginate, and then you go to the product list, and below the list here, I believe we could just say call the paginate page, is it paginate, like this, and this I think would be placed really below the products, I believe. Yeah, so you can see it here. Maybe we just add it, we give it like some padding Y or something. Let's say P padding bottom of maybe 4. Oh, why did I do? Okay, just like this. Okay, so like it has like right now looks nice. Okay, and then you could just like first show the first 10. Now normally this is supposed to be controlled here, if this endpoint had the pagination, would control. But then if for instance you wanted to control it from the front end, how would you do that? So you could just like go right now. Let me just not go into this one right now. It will just going to take us more time for nothing. Let's first work on the main features. So what I'm just going to do is maybe I could only first show like a few items, like for purposes of I could just come here and split. Maybe we could just like actually, if we wanted to implement this, we could pass in something here. But right now, I'm just going to pass in a slice function. So we could just say slice, and I say maybe 0 to 6. 6 items only. 1, 2, 3, and you can see we have like 6 items. Now, instead of this, there is how we are not having the actual titles. Let me just go to the product. Okay, this is supposed to be product.name, guys. Okay, nice. Okay, so we have the clear 6 items, really looking great. So now the next thing is to fetch this detailed page. So at this point, since we have just used the API, let's start working on the form so that now we can work on this by ourselves, because I don't have that endpoint for a single product. But can we now create a form? From creating the form, and then we create our own product with all these details we want. For instance, the brand, the stock, and everything here. Can we do that? So first of all, let's create this. When you click on this one, it should just like display a nice form the way you see this one. If you just come here and you click on this, it displays really a nice form. Now you could actually go ahead and use there is already things here on shard. For instance, for the we have the dialog. I think this is not this one. Not this one. There is let me just, there is a drawer, and there is this one. There is also a drawer like this. Okay, I feel like this would be like really nice to me, like for our case. I don't know. So you could just like, you know, have a drawer. So I'm just going to have it as a drawer. So let me just go and install a drawer, and we'll add our form inside this drawer. And you can put a drawer wherever you want. Just go here, and we are adding this. Okay, and they are going to ask us now here. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and now copy this drawer, and this is going to be a form. So there is even a responsive dialog. I see. Okay, we don't want a dialog. I just simply want a drawer right now. So simply go and import the drawer, and I'm just going to call this product form. So product form dot tsx. I'm just going to say RFC, and then inside here, let me first import this drawer, And then afterwards, I'm just going to go ahead and add this drawer inside, like so. And you can also get this button. Okay, nice. Okay, normally actually you could just go on this very one here. It has a lot of things. We don't want that, so let me just bring the product form. So as you can see, this drawer has a trigger to open it. So this one is going to go in the header. So if you just go in the header where we have this add product, I will just copy this exactly the way it is. I go in the product form, and then while we have this trigger, I will just add this inside. Let's get this button. The one thing you have to remember is to change this one and say as a child so that the button is clickable. So if we now come and we add this in the header, so remove this now, and let's say product. So right now we just simply say product form, just like this. Now this is the one which is having our button, and our button is actually triggering the drawer. That's why I'm adding it there. So if we just go back, we still have the same thing. There is no any difference. The difference is right now if I click on this one, it opens up this drawer. Now if we look at the error they're talking about, okay, so we have this drawer here. Okay, nice. You can cancel and it closes. So let's go ahead and design our form, and just going to make it fit into this. So you could just also go and get the form. Where are we going to get the form? I'm just going to go back to Flowbyte. So just go back here and just go back to the Flowbyte. And you could just also search, I think there is like the product form here. Let me just say mod with CRUD. Yeah, so we just want something actually like this. Okay, want something like this. So I'm just going to go inside the code, and the only thing we just want is only the form. This other part that has this create with a cross, this h3 here, we need this. And we could just go ahead and make this one as the drawer title. Okay, just make this one a class name, the drawer title of this, and then this one can just say create maybe a new product in the store. Okay, and then let's go ahead and try to see how we are going to create this. So inside, if you just go back just a second, if you go back to the original code here, you will see there is the also drawer here. The drawer, it has a drawer trigger and then a drawer content. In fact, I'm just going to remove this drawer. Inside the drawer trigger, then we have drawer content. Then inside this one is where we need to put the things we want. So I'm just going to go back here and then go get the form. So just scroll down here. Okay, let me just hope this is the one. Until on this, Control C, and let's go inside here and paste the form. So we do the same thing I told you. Just get this, select class with equal signs, and then go ahead and replace it with class name. Nice. And then for the HTML4, also select the same thing and then replace it with HTML4, just like that. And then for the inputs, just only put a slash at the end. You can remove this required thing and also just put remove required. And then okay, the categories, we don't have the categories. The text area, these ones, make them like this, the rows. And how many errors? We have one error, which is for this select. So we don't need category, so go ahead and remove this whole entire category thing. Okay, let's go ahead and look at this. Have an idea of how this one looks right now. Click on this and we have this here, which is saying create new product, and then create new product in the store, and then we have the name and all this. Okay, so we'll have where to upload the images, so we might just need to create a nice thing, and then this side we add the card for uploading the image. And then this one is, I think to me is okay right now already. So let's just like do this. So in the form we have this, and then we have the button. So what we want to do is we could just put everything here also in a grid, dot grid, and then dot grid cores 2. Now we could just like divide 50%. I don't think it is really necessary. We can just like do this. And in the first one, core span, maybe 8. Core span. Core span could just say 8. And this is why we need to add our form. And you see that this one will occupy up to some point and to leave some other space. And then from there we'll have the we'll have another one which is going to have the image upload. Let me first go and remove this drawer thing. So there is this drawer clause. If you wanted to create another clause button, we need to have a way of adding these ones. I believe. Okay. This add new product looks nice, but just going to use this one. I'm just going to replace it with this here. Now maybe we could just like give this a class name. I don't know if this supposed like, can it fit in this? I don't know why it is taking the whole entire width. I don't know. Okay. We really don't need this. Let me first put back the way it was, our button. And the only thing I'm just going to replace, I'm just going to first, leave this where it was. We'll work on that. Let me maybe just this one, just going to say a plus, and then just give it the same class. Okay, then remove this. svg. Okay, we still have nice plus icon, and then this submit button, we don't need it. Okay, now we remain with this draw cross, which are responsible for cross, so we can just add it down somewhere here. Okay, so I'm just going to say this door cross, remove this footer thing, and now I'm just going to add this here. Now we could just actually these two, add them in a flex dot items center dot space x, maybe of 6 or something like this. Yeah, so you can see like we have this one. Now here we're going to have the image upload. According to our form, the things we need, the only thing that is missing, I believe, is going to be, if we cancel here, we have the image, the title, the description, the brand, and stock. The brand and stock, if I open this, we have the title, the name, the price. So we can just like put these things two. So we can just say name and price, they move together, and then stock and that. Really nice. So we can just edit a little bit in our form. So this label is also in this grid. So this one, and then we have another one called span. So this is grid code 2. It has two things. Let's see. It has code 2. What is this first one? This is the name. And then what is this one? This is the price. So this is grid code 2. Maybe this one could actually like remove this. Like you have this, and then you also have this actually. Like this. I think these ones would be together like that. This and this one. Then we have the product description. Okay, so we could just like also have another one. For that we need the stock. So this is price. We need the brand plus the stock. So we're just going to duplicate these very two. Duplicate them. The first one is going to be brand. Brand. And then this is going to be brand. Okay, and then this one's going to be type brand name, and then this one is going to be the stock. So this is stock, quantity, and then the name is going to be stock, ID of stock. You don't need even the ID, you're going to remove them, and then here you could just like simply give like 20. Okay, so we have all the data we need right now. You can see the form has name, price, brand, and the stock, and then the product description, and then we have this. So you could just create something like this. Now we are remaining with only this, the image upload, and just going to work on the image upload next. So right now what we need, we could first actually work on these forms. We get the data out of the form. This is what I was saying. when you're talking about here, you need to be able to create the forms and then handle the form. And we're just going to use a React hook form. So they just like get into it. Just simply go to React hook form. And then inside here, the first thing is to click on get started. And then you just go ahead and install the package of React hook form. Okay, and let's go ahead and install this npm install React hook form. Just like this. This remove these ones. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and install React hook form. And now, how do we use the React hook form? So the first thing is you must first create the data type. The easy way to understand this is to, if you're going to use the React hook form, inside the form here, let's define the interface. Let's define the interface for the product. So we can just say product, maybe DTO. You could just like give it any type, like product, create product props, create, it's nice, create product props. The props you need to create the product, and they are almost the same. So we need, for instance, the name. So the ID will be auto created, which is going to be a string. Okay, you can just like get this from your form here: name, price, brand, and all that. Name. Oh, we actually just don't have, do we have brand? We don't have brand. Let me cancel this. We're not using any brand here. This is going to be price here. So using the price. So it's going to be, I'm just going to change in the product just in a second, but this is going to be price, which is going to be a number. And then we have the description, which is going to be a string. And then we have the image URL, which is going to be a string. So you have to first create those props. We have the title, which is the name, price, and then the stock, and then the image. How many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one missing. Name, price, description, and then there is stock. So just going to add the stock like this. And this is going to be a number. Okay, so now if we have the what am I looking for in the form? Okay, let's go here on the form and let's see. So here, instead of this, we have name, price. So one thing we don't have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One thing we have to replace is, I don't know what we are replacing. What are we replacing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, what is not there? I think there's one thing that we don't need from this. Okay. Must be one thing we don't need from this. I'm just going to put price here because the image is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the brand, we don't need the brand. So what I'm just going to do is going back to the form. So let's give the name this one. Let's give it correspond to for it to span to like to finish, and you have price, and let's go ahead and remove the brand. So where we have the price and now we have the brand, just simply remove this for the brand. Okay, nice. Now we have name, price, stock, description, plus the image, which is going to be here. Now, the first thing is you must first create the types clearly of what you need. You can see we have our 5 things and we have them there. Now we go ahead and bring in, install this React Hook form, and just simply go ahead and get this here. Okay, simply go ahead and get this hook. Okay, the hook gives us the use form, so import the use form from React Hook form, and then here pass in the types create product props, create product props, something like this. And now here what we need most importantly is the register, handle submit, the watch. We don't need watch right now, so you just need these basically these 2 things. You need the register, the handle submit, and the errors. Okay, nice. After getting that, the next thing is go on the form and where we have on submit. So we want to go here and we have a function, an async function. Now this is going to be on submit. When we submit, what is going to happen? In fact, you could just call it maybe save product. Okay, save product, and this one is just going to be a function with a try catch, and this one for now let's just go and say here. Unless, how do we use this save product function? So you just go to the form, and then on the form you're just going to say on submit, and then you call handle submit, and then you pass in the save product function. What it does, it gets all the data from these inputs, it just gives it to this function. So the purpose of this handle submit, it talks with the inputs. We are going to see that after registering the inputs, creates an object and passes it into the save product, and then inside the save product we actually access that as data of type create product props. Now we can console.log this data to see it. Now what we have to do is, for this handle submit to be able to get the data from the inputs, it must talk with the inputs. So we must register all the inputs. And how do we register the inputs? You just go here and pass in this, like so. So you just go here on each input and we register it. And what do we register? We register the name. The name you register here, as you can see here, is already refusing this name because it is actually referring to the names that you specified in here, because you got the create product props and you actually told them to use form. My data is going to look like this. So when you come down here and you say something else, they don't accept. So here simply say, for instance, name, and this name is going to be matching the name that you have within here. Nice. So we have the name, and when we say it is required, so this is a required input, you want this one to be required, that's why you pass in this required. So even if you don't have required here, and now you can remove all these things. By the way, you can just go and remove the ID and the name. You don't need this. Simply you need the register the name, and pass in this object of all the rules you want. You can say, for instance, pass in another one, max lengths, min lengths, and all those things. But right now let's just like leave only this required. And down here, if you want to show the errors, you can actually capture the errors in the same way. So down here we want to show the error below the input. We can show the error that if there is errors dot name. This name is now this name here you registered here, and then we can show that this is required. You could just say, come and see here, product name is required, product name is required. So you see here, product name is required, and then from here you say class name, and you can just give this one text red 500. Okay, so just only registering that one, it already just means a lot. If you just go back to our form, okay, so if you just use this this one they're saying here, some error, all imports a module are strictly known, and then they say import use form from React hook form. It doesn't seem like there is a problem here. They make sure that this we installed this one is okay. You can see it here. So make sure that on top here you make this one a client component. So use client. That should sort the problem. Yeah, so if I just go back here, we have this. If I try to submit now without this, you can see product name is required. Maybe we could just like make it reduce the text here. This one we give it text maybe SM. Okay, so you can see now this is looking good. Okay, great. So we could just go ahead and do the same thing here. Let me just show you. So you have this, you just basically do this to all of them. So I'm just going to go here and just go here and say register, and then I'm just going to register the second one, which is going to be price. So just go ahead and register this, and we just say this is price, and we say required true. I'm just going to remove these two, and then press holder, and then below here I'm just going to pass in also the error like this. Okay, just like this, and below here let's pass in errors dot price, and this is going to be price is required. So here is going to be price is required. Okay, so if I try to submit this right now, you see now price is required. Okay, so now we do this for all this one. Okay, now this is really great. Actually, they just go ahead and complete this. So that I'm just going to make a point at the end. You understand what I'm just going to be talking about. So right now we are remaining with 2, which is going to be the stock quantity. We start with I will just start with this. This is the stock. Okay, and you just going to say product stock is required. And now here we could just go ahead and pass in do the same thing, just call the register. Okay, just go down here in the input. I'm just going to remove these two, add stock is required, and that one is going to give an error if you don't. We do the same thing for the product description. Let's go here and add register, and we just say this is description, and you make sure that you have also this error function, this error part here, and you put it below this like so. Okay, so now we're just going to say product description for this case. Okay, so you see right now we click here, we have all these ones lighting the red. We have product name, product stock, and this one. So you already have the validation right now, which is really nice. You are working on product the validation of the forms, which is really great. Now, what is also more great that after registering that, if we feed in the data, and you remember we did console.log of this data, it actually was correcting when you, after registering everything, it has already finished actually gathering that data. So let me just open also the console as we are doing this. And then if you just go to the console here, okay, and by the way, make sure that this is responsive, where we have this grid, just going to say here MD, and then here just going to say core span 8. So core span full. Do the same thing on the other one. So we'll put another one here, which would be MD core span 4, and then core span full. Okay, just like this. So on the small screen, it finishes entire screen. So if I just go ahead and fill in some data, make sure you have this extension, fake filler. It just adds in some fake fill data. Just go and say fake filler Chrome extension. So make sure you have this extension. It's going to help you so much in just having the fake filling forms very fast instead of just like typing. So you can see we have here the product name, maybe this is HP laptop, and then you have price and the stock and then the description. If I click on just this, you see it has given us this description, name, price, and stock. Really nice. So all the data that we have in the form, we actually have them here. So the only thing that is remaining at this point that we need to work on right now is actually the before we do that, actually there is one thing that I'm just going to take it one more step further. So now most people stop at this point. They will teach you to stop at this point. Now for you to be able to really match at production scale or to make it at large scale, let me show you what it means. Let me just go to the dashboard of my application. I just want to show you something. So when you talk about the forms, actually forms are not just like small. For the one we created there was small, but let me show you the actual form, how it looks like. So the actual form looks like something like this. I want you to look at the amount of code that you need. You have product name, description, status, barcode. You need all these different things. As you can see here, these are really too many, right? These are so many. These are really so many. Now the problem is if you are going to type these ones, you can see here we have only 1, 2, 3, 4. We have only 4 fields, and I want you to look at the amount of code we have. Okay, so I want you to anticipate if you're just talking about creating 10 or 15 fields, how this is going to look like. You understand what I'm talking about right now? Because this one is having how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So you have about 18 fields, and if each individual is taking about from 100 to 118, meaning that this is taking 18 lines times. So if you just get and you multiply, you can see how many lines of code just you need for the form. This is not effective. I'm just going to show you how we can take this step further. Now, this is where things get escalated. Okay? I don't know. Is this supposed now to be for beginners? If I do this, it stops from being for beginners. But anyways, let's go ahead. we have our form. At this point, life is good. You know, we have this here. You can just like add anything you want, and we are receiving the data. Okay, so we have two big things we want to achieve in this course. One is to show you how we are going to upload the images. The second one is how to optimize this code. This is what I just want. If you just go in my documentation, if you have been following maybe my videos and you don't understand what we are doing, I went ahead and I created actually these reusable inputs. We are not going to use them, but we are going to derive how I actually created them. If you just go here, you're going to say have a lot of reusable components, including, for instance, the text input. So if you go inside the text input and you look at the code, you will see that it is really massive. Now you might not understand this, but we're just going to go slowly and we'll derive this together, right? So let's just continue. So what I would want to do at this point is that I would want to derive to a point, if I click on this, where I have this input, and the input is already having working with React hook form. The way you see here, we say handle submit, and I simply call a text input and I pass in the name I want. Okay, so how would we make a component out of that? So I'm just going to attempt to create a text input component. Okay, so let me just go here and copy this one the way it is and go back here. I'm going to create a folder inside the component, which is going to be from inputs, and then inside here I'm just going to create a text input .tsx, and I'm just going to say RFC, and I will simply just paste exactly the way this is, like so. So we're just going to ask ourselves, what do we need here right now? If you see, we need a label, so we pass in the label. So I'm just going to come here and I say, even if you don't export this, but just say export interface, and I'm just going to say text input props, text input props. So what do we need here? I'm just going to say we need this, which is going to be having text input props. So for instance, we might need a label, which is going to be a string. So the label, I'm just going to come here and say label, and then here I will just say text input props. So label is here. So you can just come here and just give this label, just like this. Okay, now I want to be able to pass in the label. So when I create text input, I can pass in the label, which is going to be its label here. Similarly, I'm just going to pass in this name, the one we want inside here. Okay, we want this name here. So, and also we want the register function. So I'm just going to pass in here the register function, register. So you could, we don't know the type of register. I'm just going to call it any right now, and then come here, pass in the register. And now register comes here and takes in this name. So this name we also want to make it dynamic. So I'm just going to go here and I say I want to pass in a name, and the name is also going to be any for now, and then pass in this name here, and this name we're going to be using it in two places, this here name, and we'll also use it here. So here I'm just going to turn this and I will say $name name. The last one is the errors. So we need to pass in the errors. So I'm just also going to go ahead and pass in here errors, and I will just also say any for now, and then we just have first get them here. So errors, and then these errors, instead of dot name, they're just going to be at name, like that. And then this, instead of saying product name is required, we're just going to use the label. So here I will just say label is required. So what we need is to see, does this, if we get this one, now we also need to pass in the class name, because this one sometimes can be core span 1 or core span 2. Okay, so this one is going to be let's give it a default of core span 2. Okay, I'm just going to give it this by default, but we can pass in any of our choice. And let me just go here, say class name is of type string but is not required. Okay, now here we're just going to say that you can pass in anything. So you can just use cn from the libs, and then we pass in any class we want, and then we can say here we pass in any class name that you pass in, it will come here. Nice. Okay, so at this point we need to try out this text input. So I'm just going to go back to the product form. So instead of using this whole thing right now, I only need to put this text input from here, and let's go ahead and pass in all the things we need. The easiest way to do this, I'm just going to go ahead and go here and copy all these things, copy all of them up to there, and paste them here. We need the label, so we just know this is a product name, product name. Okay, then register, we know this one is the register function. Then name is actually, for this case, is name, and then lastly errors is equal to the errors. Okay, and everything looks okay. Does this mean it worked? Let's go ahead, create. Okay, have some weird things here. I think this is just like this, still, let me just go and try this, and you can see product name is required. Okay, so this means this is working. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the same thing for this. Okay, just duplicate, and for this one, let's just say this is for price. So this is product price, name price, and then errors, and this is, we can just pass in a class name, and we say core span 1, and now I can just go ahead and remove this. So you can imagine we are reducing something from 18 lines to only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 lines. This is significantly so big. Okay, and then let's go to the stock, just duplicate, and now we just simply say product stock, and then this is stock, and this is also called span 1. Just remove like so. The another one is the description. Now this one is text area, so just going to create another text input in the similar way. I'm just going to do this, and I will name this one as text area. Text area input. So this is going to be text area input. Let me just rename this text area input, and then the same thing here is going to be text area input, and this is going to be text area input props, and it will have exactly the same thing. This has to change. It will have exactly the same thing. Only this one is a description. Let's just go to the form. You can see it has also the same thing, the label. The what changes is this. So I'm just going to go ahead and change. Instead of the input, I will put this one. So just go back the text area where we have the input, just replace it with the text area. And then the same thing here, we're just going to pass in $name. And then down here, we still have everything the way it's supposed to, and that's it. That's it. And let's go call the text area. If you don't get this clearly, you can rewatch this, guys. You can just like pause, rewind, and watch this again and again. So text area input, and then let's go ahead and pass in the same props. Okay, I don't want to pass in this call span. It already has 2. Okay, so you can just go here and label. This is product description, and register the name is description. Now, one thing we can just notice is that they all become the text. Like for instance, stock would want it to be a number, and also the price. So what we can do is we can also go to the text input, and we accept the type, and we give this one a default of text. And let's go up here, and we're just going to say that this one type is going to be any. Okay, there can be so many types. So if you just come here, we say type instead of text, we say type. So if you just go to your product form and you on stock, you can just pass in type of number, and then you can also price. We just say type, and we just say this one is number. This one is okay. If you want type date, you do the same thing. Okay, so now, and if you wanted, we could also just like, you know, leave this one and we also add it in the other one, but you can just like leave it like so. So right now we still have all these working. If you try to submit create, if you try to submit here, we have everything still working the way we wanted, and you can see the types are also showing really nicely. Now we have here type product name, product name, product name. We need also to pass in the placeholder. So on this one, let's go ahead and pass in the placeholder. For instance, placeholder. So you can see this one, we don't have it right now. So just copy this and let's go here in the text input and let's accept the placeholder. So it is going to be the same thing here, placeholder, and placeholder is going to equal empty. If you don't pass in anything, it will not. So come here and let's say placeholder like that. So this is the putting the power of creating component now to work. Okay, so now you see they don't have anything right now. So just go ahead and pass in some placeholders. For this one, you see maybe type product name. For this one, we're just going to say placeholder, and this one, this is what we put like 200, and then stock placeholder, you also have like 20. And then for this one, you can also just go ahead and pass in the same thing. It has here this placeholder, and you can just like cut this, and you say press holder, and then let's go ahead and make this placeholder here. Press holder, and then let's say press holder is equal to empty. So when you are calling this, you can go ahead and pass in the placeholder as this one, like so, and you have the placeholder. And this one is so powerful because you can now reuse this form, these inputs, and you can reuse them anywhere you want, in any form, whether it is a category form and anything. And most people have been asking me, I've been using these inputs here. You can see I have all these reusable inputs for the text input, the text area, radio input, password input. So I went ahead and I created all different inputs for all my forms. So when I'm creating a form, it is really easy to create a form because I already have these inputs created in this format. And let's go ahead and see if they are still giving us data. So I'm just going to go ahead and do fake fill and get here and submit. And we still have all the data: description, name, price, and stock. So the only thing right now we are remaining with is the image upload. So let's work on how to work on the image upload. So I'm just going to go right now. I know the video must be right now in still have some hours. It is 2 hours. Oh, we still have a lot of things to do anyways, but they just say continue. So I'm just going to go right now, and we have 2 places you can go. There is Uploadthing, and also there is another one which is Cloudinary. So Cloudinary image upload, I could just select search. There is Cloudinary which you can Cloudinary has this image, the upload widget you can use in your project. Okay, a ready-made upload widget, you can see like this one. Okay, Cloudinary has this. You can use Cloudinary. They give you the way to use it here for React and everything here. It has another one, not using even this one. There is a React, I think, plugin for Cloudinary uploading assets. But in this case, we're going to use the one for Uploadthing. So first thing, go on Uploadthing and create an account. The interface is really intuitive. Just go ahead and use your GitHub, create an account, and go to Docs. So the first thing you need to do is go back to the dashboard. Go ahead and create a new project. Okay, I'm just going to create here a new app, and make sure you select free, and then click the app name, and I'm just going to say create this one, which is going to be maybe next CRUD. Okay, store. You can just give it any name and just go ahead and create. So scroll down and just create. And the only thing we just need here is an API key. Just go ahead and copy this Uploadthing token. Just copy this token and just go back to your application, and let's create .env like so, and put this Uploadthing token. Please go ahead and get your token, and this is going to be nice. So just go ahead and create this one. Now after doing this, click on this link on top here which says docs, and in the docs want to go step by step to add Uploadthing. The first step, we have seen it. The first step is to get the Uploadthing token and add it in the environmental variables. The second thing is now to follow the documentation clearly to install it in our project. The first one, scroll here, and where they say frameworks, click on the one for Next.js app router. You see there is also for pages, there is Astro and all other frameworks, even the ones for the backend frameworks. Okay, let's just go to Next app router, click on read more, and this is going to give us a guide on step by step. Let's start by installing the Uploadthing React SDK. So just get this, and let's go to the console. Go to the console right now, just like this. npm install, just like this. So just go ahead and install Uploadthing and Uploadthing React. Next is add the environmental variables. We have already added the Uploadthing token to interact with the SDK. The next thing is we are going to see how to use these ones. So simply just go and see that you have to create an API endpoint. So in app, create API Uploadthing core.ts. So you can just copy this whole entire thing up to here, copy, and I'm just going to go to app and create a new file and paste this whole entire thing to create a folder for API Uploadthing core.ts. Okay, so as it is going to create that, let me just go back and get the code. So get this code in this Uploadthing core. Okay, what is going on? Okay, you could just first go and stop the server if this happens. Normally it just like you need to stop the server. This is taking long right now. What is going on? Okay, so inside here, let's go ahead and put in this. Inside it should be API Uploadthing core.ts, and this is where we're going to put all the endpoints for uploading the uploading all our images. Okay, so it does a lot of things, but right now the things we really just want to focus on, you simply you can define as many file routes as you like, each with a unique route flag. That's the only thing you have to make sure. If you have many uploads for category image, for profile image, you simply have to create multiple routes for them. So for this one, we just going to have this, and we're going to rename this one as the product image uploader. So you can just say product image uploader, just like this. You have to say it is an image, and we just want only 1 MB maximum. And then you can set permissions for the file, of which you're not going to do. So remove this. Okay, And then on upload complete, we also not going to do anything as such. Just only put the to console.log, maybe the file, just like that. In fact, there is this console.log of file URL. That's the enough. And then even here, uploaded by, you can just put your name. I'm just going to put JB here and also remove this. So you can see, very simple. This is how you do it. If I have another image, I duplicate this one and I change this one. Okay, as simple as that. You have the product image. It is type of file. So inside here you specify the type of file. If it was a PDF, here we would put PDF. You get, this would now be a PDF, but this is an image. So you put the image. Okay, so nice. Now you can just go and remove this auth. You can remove this upload thing just to clean it up, and it has very few lines of code, just like that. Next, scroll down, create another one, which is route.ts. So copy this and just go ahead and create it as route.ts inside here, route.ts. So just paste this one. This one is not holding anything much, is only having export route for the Next.js app router. As simple as this. You don't need to do anything else. Next, we are following the documentation, and in the future, even if the documentation changes, simply follow the way they are saying here according to the documentation. Okay, so scroll down, create an upload thing components. So you have to go and create inside the utils, create upload thing.ts, and then add this. So I'm just going to go here, and I already have the lib function. I'm just going to go inside here and create upload thing.ts and add inside this. I'm not sure why my PC is really today behaving like this. Why? Okay, I'm just going to cancel this. So inside here, upload thing.ts, go ahead and paste this. And the only thing you have to put is these types. We get them from the core. So just first remove this and let's auto import. Don't know what today TypeScript is doing. So you can just auto import this because we already have it in app API upload thing core. So it gives us two components. It gives us the upload thing button and upload thing drop zone. So any you want, really doesn't matter. You can just like use any of your choice, and you're going to see how you're going to use them. So after setting that one, we now add the upload thing styles. So it uses Tailwind, and also if you don't have Tailwind, you can set up using the CSS from still here. You can import the CSS. Now I'm just going to go ahead and use Tailwind. So just go ahead, and it says wrap your Tailwind config with the UT helper. So simply copy this and just go to your Tailwind config, and I just normally paste this one on top. So first minimize here, paste this on top here. It will bring this red. Go and copy this object from this one, scroll until to this last one. Cut everything, remove this one, and then inside this, remove everything. And now inside paste this object. As simple as that. And then you can now remove the config. Nice. So that one is done. Next is mount a button and upload. So if at this point we can now use any component to upload this. So if we just go here, copy this, and we put it in any place, okay, I'm just going to go and copy this button, and let's go and put it in its place. Remember, in the product form, we left it some space down here. Here, where we have this column, we left it its place here. So if we add this, import the upload button, make sure you get it from this here in the utils. This thing you put in the lib here. So just get it from the lib. Now you see the endpoint, they are not matching. Go and copy the endpoint from the core. It is product image uploader. Go back here and let's just add it. Just like so, you can see now it has no problem. So if you just go ahead and see here, we are console.log the files, alert upload complete, and it gives back this response. So we want to look at this response. So if you just go back to this, you will see that oh, we didn't finish. Actually, let's finish one more thing from here. There is this improving the SSR. So just go and to your layout and let's add this. So in the layout, let's go and copy this, and let me go back to my layout. Layout, where is layout? Just go back to the layout here, and inside the layout, just paste this. I'm just going to remove all these comments, and let's import this, import the config, and also import the file router. So let's go back, and I'm just going to refresh the application because at this point actually we are done. If you look at this, they say if you experienced this in Nextjs 15, wrap this in your suspense and call await connect before rendering the component. Okay, so there are some other things that we might need to do. Okay, let's first see if we get the problem. Error, Nextjs plugin is not defined. Let's first see. Okay, this one is still importing up to now. I don't know what is the problem here. Plugin. Let's see if we get that problem. They are saying that. I'm just going to come here. So you can see this thing is this side. It is here. We want it to be this side here. Okay. So how are we going to put it that side? And let's go back to the product form. Product form here, and we gave it this MD columns. Oh, okay. This is core span 4, just like this. Okay. So you see now it is here. So you can design this nicely. Okay. If you look at my forms, you see that this is nicely designed. So you can put a placeholder, you can put it in a nice card, and you put like the default image. Then we can do that. So on top here, okay, and you can just go ahead and put this because this is a button. Or you could actually just use the Uploadthing drop zone. There is one called drop zone. I will show you disadvantage of each. This one looks nice actually. If you just go back, you see that this one looks really nice. Okay, the problem I find with this one is that if you're uploading the image, it gives you 2 steps. You have to click, and then it gives you also to upload the image, while the button uploads instantly. So let's use the button. And what I'm just going to do on top here, I'm just going to, on top here, I'm just going to add an image. So let's go ahead and add, can we just like add this in something like a div dot, and then inside here, let's first add this. Then on top of it, I'm just going to add an image. So we already have like product image and so on. I'm just going to go in the product and just get this image. And let's go back to the product form and let's add this image on top here. And let's get this image from next image. Okay, so the problem is now we don't have this URL. So what I can just do is for the alt tag, I'm just going to add empty. But for this product image URL, let me just go ahead and add it in state, because we need to maintain it in state here. So on top here, I'm just going to create a state, for instance, const, and just going to say image URL and set image URL is equal to use state, and then in this case, just going to give it that, and we just go ahead and say, so this image URL is what we are going to put here. Okay, I'm just going to put the image URL here, just like so. And when there is no image, we could either give it a placeholder. Okay, you could just give it a placeholder, and you could just go and look for a nice from the flat. I normally just use like flat icons, and you give a placeholder just in case if a person doesn't upload anything, then you can use that one. So I could just say image placeholder, like image placeholder. So you could just go ahead and search for the image placeholder and then just look for a nice one. I already just use like this blue one and just get it, download. Okay, just have this. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's go and take it in our app. So you can just go ahead and paste it in the public folder, and let's rename this to a placeholder. Placeholder, just like this. Now I'm just going to go ahead and where we have this image in the product. We are in the product form, so we are giving it this one. Just go on top here and give this one as the default. So if you just go slash placeholder.png, just like this. Nice. Now we need to size it to give it some sizing, but for now, let's first see how this looks like. By the way, this one always has a width. Let's give it a width of 512. I think this one is always 512 and then 512. Sorry. And let's see. Where is it? Here. So you see the cutting is here. Let's make it look more composed. I'm just going to first of all give this a shadow and a border just to see what is happening. This one I'm just going to give it width is full and height. I don't know, for the height, let me just do this. I will just say object fit in this case is going to be contain, and let's go and see right now. So okay, it just looks like this right now. Maybe we could just actually give it some height. So let's just use height in this case. Maybe height of 32. Okay, so right now it is looking like this. Okay, and for the grid, maybe we just give them some gap or something. Let me just put some padding here of maybe 4. Can I just give it padding of 8? For this one is going to be rounded. Okay, so this is going to work for now, and we can also just add this one, give it a padding of 4. Okay, I think to me this one is going to work for now. Just also you could just go ahead and give more padding y of maybe 8. Okay, so this looks much better. So what we want is we want to upload the image. If there is no image, we show this. If we upload the image, we put it in here. So let's just go ahead and first go to inspect. And now if you inspect, you go to the console, remove everything, and let's upload this. Let's upload any image really from any of my images here. I just need to get let's just get some product images from the store. Let's go and get this laptop, save. Okay, just go and get this, and let's also download another one, save image like this. So I have like 2 products. Let's go ahead and just go ahead and upload these. So click upload, click on this, and click open. So we are waiting, and this one, the good thing with the image, as I told you, the button, it does not actually ask you any other thing. It goes ahead and uploads. You can see upload complete, and it gives us back an array, you can see, and this is product form on 113. And then inside you see we have an object, and inside that object we have this. You have the app URL, custom ID, file hash, key, last modified, you have the name, you have this. The most important one we want, and you can see when you have even the server data, the most important thing that you have here is you have the size. If you want to keep track of the size, you have the type, and you also have the URL. So you have all of them. You have all of them that you want. In this case, we're interested in the URL. So I will just go ahead down here. This was coming from here. So after getting this, I can just say go ahead and say set image URL. And remember, this response is an array, and inside we first access this object, and inside this object we have all these things. And the one we are interested in right now is the URL. So we have this. So let's go ahead and upload one more time, and we see. So I will refresh and click on this, click on upload, and then let's upload this one. Click on it. It's going to go ahead and gives us the file, and you can see it sets itself here. Okay, which is nice. You can see the image that we just uploaded is just here. Maybe we just only increase it a little bit on this. Oh, we are using the height. Okay, that is enough. So in this case, we have the URL, which is actually this one. So now we can just add it to the data object. So you can say data dot image URL, is equal to image URL. Just a second. Okay, so at this point, our image URL is now inside the data object. Remember, this data object is of this type here, and the only thing we are missing was the image URL. Already we had already gotten the name, the price, and description, stock. All these ones we had already gotten them from the form, right? So the only thing that was remaining was the image URL. So right now we get the image URL and we put it in state. We put in state, and now we can just definitely now add it inside here, right? So now I'm just going to go ahead and now do the form. Now we have everything we need. Let me just go here and add inside the form, and let's go to the console and look at the data, and just going to create a new thing here. Just create, and let's see. So you can see we have description, image URL, we have the name, we have the price, and we have the stock. Okay, so in this right now, the only thing that is still a problem is that the name, product, the price and the stock are supposed to be numbers. At this point, we still have them as, you can see here, they are still actually as strings. So we need to convert these ones into numbers before we go any further. So here I'm just going to say data. So data dot price is going to equal to number. So you can just like use either pass int, or you can use this number function, data of price, and then you can also see they say data dot image URL. Data dot stock, and then it's going to equal to number. Okay, is going to be equal to number of data dot stock, and now this converts them back to this. Now if we just go back and we console.log the data, just click. If you just go back now, you can see price is a number and stock is a number. So we have the data at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen Uploadthing. We have seen Uploadthing. We have seen what else have we seen? We have seen Uploadthing. We have seen React Hook Forms. We have made all these things really nice. So right now, the next thing we need to right now work on is the API routes. So we have two places right now in Next.js where we can send this data. We can send this data in an API route, or we can save it in a server action. Whichever way you want. As I've said, server actions are also APIs. We're just going to use API because specifically most people wanted to know how to create an API using Next.js. So I'm just going to use an API. So the first thing is to know that all APIs in Next.js, they will fall into this side of the API, into this app API. This is why you have to put all your things. So you say API, and then you can even put a version. If you look at my API, the one I gave you, you see that it has some versioning in it. If I just go back to the API and then I click on this link, you see that it has some versioning. It has like API, then version 1. So you could just like go ahead and create versioning within here, or if you want, you could put direct. But if you want, you could just go inside the API and then you put version. The purpose of putting a version is just in case if you create a new version of the API, you don't have to break this. You can simply create a new folder called version 2, version 3, version 4, like that, and you don't have to break the version 1. So let's go in the version 1, and I'm just going to create the folder called products. So inside this, you create a folder and you call it products. And inside the products, this is where you put the route.ts. Now, let me make some clarifications here. This naming is a must. The way we name here, we create pages. The way we create pages by creating a folder and we put page. For the APIs, you must create a folder and then inside you put this file route.ts, and it is a must. It should be named route. It can be route.ts or route.js depending on what you're using at that point. Next, now this is where we go back to the documentation. Just go back to the Next.js documentation, and I always use the documentation because in the future, when you are watching this video later on, you need to refer to the documentation. So just come here to the search and let's search for route.ts. So you can scroll down until you reach on the routes. So you can see route.this, and you can see here we have route.js. You can change this to TypeScript. Okay, and it has all these route methods. You can see them here, HTTP methods. Now, those who don't understand the concept of APIs, okay, let me just take you through the concept of API just very fast. Just going to talk about the concept of API. So the API actually stands between your application and the consumer. So you have here the server, or you have the database, or it can be the server, and then you have this okay, yes, I can name this one as the server. So this one is going to be the API, and then this one is going to be a client. When we talk about a client, this is any person who is going to consume the API. In this case, this one can be a mobile app. So the client can be another Next.js application. Let me just move this a little bit. So this one can be another Next.js app, Next.js. So this one can be another Next.js application. I'm just going to simply create here. So under this, the client, we can have another Next.js app. We can have any type of app. This can be a mobile app, okay, like React Native, and all these falls under the client, which might want to consume the API the way we did in the first place. You see all these products we have there listed, they are coming from my API, and that API I built with Next.js, and that's why now my application, the one which is consuming these products, these ones we are having here, these ones, they are coming from my API, so that one is the client. This application becomes a client, and now there is a server behind which is giving us all these products. So going back here, you can see this. We have not only just the database, they just call this one maybe a server. Okay, let's create a server, and this server, this is why you have like of course this is why you have your DB and other things. They are all under enclosed inside the server. So this is inside also here. So basically what you do is the client makes a request, okay, makes a request to the API. The API communicates with the server. Let's start. This communicates with the server, and it gets back the whatever it gets back to this, and then it gives back, or also gives back to the client. Okay, so this is how the requests are made. Okay, this is how requests are made. You have this the client making a request. So this one is a request, okay, and then the server responds with the response, okay, and this here, it is going to return whatever you prepared to return, okay. So this is what it is doing. This means that you can supply as many clients using the same API. This is why people like using API. You can build the API using one database and one server, and then you can supply as many clients. As I said, you can supply your Next.js application, you can supply your mobile app, and even more mobile apps and more mobile more Next.js application. You can supply as many clients as possible using the same API. So this is exactly what you're just going to build. And basically an API, how it communicates with the client is that it gets these it prepares the information from the server and it points it to a URL, okay, or what we call an endpoint. So just going to see with API, we use what we call endpoints, okay, what we call endpoints. And behind the scene, an endpoint is just like a URL, or it's just like a resource point whereby you can send. The way you see we have offices, when you find like Google has this office in this town, it has the office in this town. Even the endpoints like are like points where you can send your data or receive data from. So when you are communicating with the API, we communicate via the concept of endpoints. Data is sent or received from an endpoint. Take an endpoint as an office or like a post office where you go and collect at a specific place and you get the data or you send the data. Now, in the sending the data, we make requests, and these requests are the ones we call them HTTP. This communication of the server and the client, we communicate via the protocols, what we call HTTPS. And HTTP itself is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This one is hyper. This is hyper. Can I write hyper? Hypertext transfer protocol. So when you read the word protocol, these are just like the instructions. Like you follow the protocol. If someone tells you you follow the protocol, like you follow the instructions or you follow the rules. So these are the rules how the client or the browser communicates with the server. They communicate in what you call HTTP, or they use these rules to communicate. And so the client will understand, how do I send a request? They all agree on how a request should look like, and they also agree on how responses should look like. And to be able to do this, they came up with the codes, like the way you hear on the radio police when it is communicating on the radio. They have their codes. They know if you say this, it is fire. If you say 991, it is this. If you say this, so they have those codes. And even in the HTTP, since this is a protocol, This is how they have to speak between each other. They use different codes and also different verbs, and those verbs are the ones we call the HTTP verbs, or the HTTP methods that Next.js called them here. And these HTTP methods, they even give you a Mozilla. You can just go ahead and read more about the HTTP methods. The GET. So for instance, the GET method requests a representation of a specific resource. Requests using GET should only retrieve data, should not contain any a request, or they should not send data, in other words. Then we have the head, we have the post, put, delete, and all these ones. Now Next.js puts together the ones we always use and the most common ones we are going to use in this example. So the most common ones that we are going to use in this case, so a route allows you to create a custom request handler for a given route, and are supported. So we have the get, post, put, patch, delete, head, and the options. The ones that you're going to use most are these first 5. Use this get, post, put, patch, and delete. These are the ones you're going to be using most of the time. And this is how you use them. Okay, so you have to go here and you see you have the get, and then you have the post. If you are creating in the database, we are going to use this get. Okay, we can just use this one. So we're just going to create. So in this case, we use a post. Okay, so here they give us, I think, an example of the get of how to use them. Leave around the cookies, we reach there. And it also has the dynamic routes. We are going to look at those ones, but for now, what we need to see, or what we need to work on, is to understand that it is in this structure. You must make sure it is in this structure. Export async function post, and then you accept the request, and from this request we can do, for instance, a try catch. And when there is error, let's go ahead and say console.log error, and we will see also the return the response, and also even this here we can do something. So the first thing is, when you send the data in an API, okay, we need to receive the data. Okay, now normally you can put another stage whereby you sanitize or you confirm that the data is of right type. Someone, if he's hacking or something, you might just only sanitize or validate, sanitize and validate the data. This is where people use Zod. Okay, I'm not going to cover Zod, but just know this is why you can use also Zod to go ahead and, you know, get to validate the data. But since we're using React Hook Form, I'm going to trust that the data is going to be okay. And I will show you also another technique here to extract the data you need. Okay, so the first thing is receive the data, and now we can just do something with our data. So what I'm just going to do is, how do I get the data? So I'm just going to say const whatever is, we can just get it from the request. So we have request dot, so you can see here we have request dot body. I don't know, is this like just request dot body? Yeah, just going to go here and say request dot body, and I don't think there is any await we need to do on this. And now let's go ahead and console.log. I'm just going to say console.log the, let's call this data, and then here console.log data, and let's just say return next response. You're supposed to return a next response, and here let's say dot JSON of data. Yes, we return this back from the server. So what we want to first aim at is, can we get the data from the form and then we send this data into this API endpoint. And this is how you create an API endpoint. The one that creates data into the database is a post request. We can just go ahead and you read about the post request from this HTTP verbs. It is here. The post method submits an entity to a specific resource, and when they talk about specific resource, they are meaning actually an endpoint, often causing a change in state or side effect on the server. So this one modifies the server, or it adds some data to the server. So how are we going to send the data to reach here? In this case here, we're just going to say return X response, and then just say, for instance, we just create an object and we pass in data of null, and then maybe error, something went wrong, something went wrong. So this is the object that is going to return this. Now in this case here, we could also just go ahead and return things. We can also add the status, so we can put space, comma, and I can put another object where I can just say status, and I say of 500 maybe. And for this one, let's go ahead and modify, and we can just say, for instance, data to be data, and then we can just say error to be null, and then you what else do we need to pass in? You can pass in the status, so you can just pass in here the status, and you can say 201. And these HTTP methods, as I've said, they have HTTP, these are HTTP verbs, they have the codes. Okay, you just go and read about the HTTP codes, and I told you these for the same standard as the protocols, the client, and they are all accepted on how they should communicate between the server and the client, and the API is the gate man who communicates between the server and the client. So after creating this, we get the data. This is here. We are consoling the data, and we are also returning back this data. So how do we send? Let's go to the form. After getting our data, which is this one, we can just go ahead and now create a request. So we can just say create await. We can just await, and we can say save it. Const response is equal to await, and then we fetch. We use a fetch, and then inside the fetch here we can pass in two things. We can pass in the URL and also the options. And in the options, the first one is method, which is going to be post in this case, and then another one that you path, I think it is headers, and in this you pass in the content type. I think content, do I remember? Just content type. Okay, so what we want right now is to make a fetch request. So now what you can do, you could just go in the browser and you type in fetch post request just to see how this one is actually done. This is a standard fetch, the fetch post request in all clients, whether you're using a mobile app in React Native, so long as it's JavaScript. So just click here and you see using a fetch API, and down here we have that uses fetch to retrieve JSON data from a server. So we have this get data. We are going to see use of that one. Now we want the one for the So the first thing is you can set a method. So by default, fetch makes a get request, but you can use method option to set a different request method. So that's why we went ahead and passed in the options, we passed in the method to be post. Then if you just go back here, there is setting the body, so you can use this body here, and we're going to set the body. Before, I always first set the headers, we are going to see that one, but then we can set the body to be, so the body must be serialized. So you have to serialize the data by saying JSON.stringify, and then we stringify the data. So this data we have here, it is what stringifying. Okay. Then lastly, we have the headers. So they say you can supply the body as an instance of any of the following types: a string, and all these ones here. We normally send it as a string, but you can also send it as form data. So then from here, we can also set headers. So setting request headers give the server information about the request. For example, the content type, more especially you have to set it. Header tells the server the format of the request body. So you have to set these headers, and we set content type as this. So just come here, and inside here, I'm just going to say content type. And this is going to be application JSON, just like this in the header. So this is the fully fetch request. Now the first option here is actually the endpoint. So the endpoint, now normally I always like to create a full endpoint. If you just do something like /API/v1/ products, just like this is always enough. Now depending if you deploy this and it doesn't work, you might need to create a whole entire request. I don't know if this is still a problem. In early days, this used to be a problem. If you simply put /API, it most times used to have or need a full URL for it to work very well. So what you would do is you would just go to the env, and then you could create one more thing, which is next public. Okay, next public base URL. So this one would actually hold the actual link of the website, or the actual domain of the website. And in this case, we are using localhost. So I would just go to the localhost here, just like copy localhost 3000, and I'm just going to add this here, remove this slash. Now if I just come and I want to use this one, by the way, I'm putting next public. You must put next public if you want to use it in the front end, or if you want to use it in your pages. They must have static with this next public. And the ones which don't have all these ones are used at the server, and these ones which have next public are used at in the client side. So since I want to use it like in the product form here, I could just come and I just say const, okay, base URL is equal to process.env.next public base URL. So after getting this one, you can just come and you attach it on this. It's not a must. But I'm just like telling you, if your requests fail to work, then you might want to think of this one. Let me cut this one. Then inside here, we're just going to add the base URL, and then we say slash and then we add this API, and here we would be very sure we are sending this. Now here you could just actually get the response back. So you have the response, so you can say const, or you could even console.log the response. Okay, let me just actually remove this the console.log data. Let's only console.log response. So at this point, I'm just going to go here and clear everything. I'm just going to open this form, and let's go ahead and actually try to send this data. If I right now click, and you see now we have the response. Let's check on the server here on the command line if the data reached. Go to this on this one actually, and you can see readable stream. You can see the data is here. Okay, this one is for the image, I believe. That is for the data in the object. This one is readable stream, lacked readable, and everything. I don't know. Let's first go back here. Okay, have this. Now on submit, just go here and let's click on this. We can upload the image. For now, let's leave the image. We know it works, so let me clear here, and let's click, and we have the response, which is responding back to us with this okay true status. You can see the status is 201, the one we set, and everything, and the URL is here where it was made the request. Now this side here, oh, of course we have, where is this data? We need to go ahead and first comment that data, but we have this giving back this stream. Let me just go and see from the body. So we have the API here. So let's just go ahead and destructure this. So I would want to destructure, for instance, from this, because we send it as an object, and I think this one we should await it. I'm not sure. Await, and they're saying here it has no effect on it. I think there is no need to await. I just want to look at the data for sure. What I just want to see, I'm just going to see I just want to see if, for instance, I say name on the readable stream. Okay, can we change this request? I'm not sure if this it has to be type. How about next request? I don't know. So if we get data from this one, now this type is saying it gets back a readable stream, even when you try to await this doesn't actually change anything. Is it like request.body or request.json? Let me just like get this correct. You can just like search here using Nextjs route handlers. I think I have even a documentation, but they just here route handlers from the documentation. Here they don't give us any. They don't give us like a big example. We can see how everything was handled. Okay, so let me just like check from this. Maybe they have just to seek here. I'm just going to go and see route handlers. Okay, let's just see here. Okay, using route handlers. Let's see Clark does it the way we want. This is just using it just to do what? Okay, so you can see they're using next request. I'm just going to use a new API route. So just referencing here the GET okay, really. So okay, I think I have the I just like find the documentation that I created for. Okay, so I've just went ahead and got this documentation that I created some time back. This is some about a video I created. Watch a full video on YouTube. This was some really time back. I have this video on YouTube about a CRUD with API routes. Okay, using MongoDB and this. So, but the most important thing that it has that I have seen that I can show you is the explaining the endpoints. Okay, so you see we have the create endpoint and the HTTP method is post. The purpose is just to create, add new data to the database, and this is really nice. And the example is if you're going to items and then items create. Okay, so we'll have all these endpoints, and then you have, for instance, this, you have that, all these HTTP requests. We are going to do actually this CRUD the way it is here. So the summary, create endpoint, example is this, API items create. We are going to change ours actually. And how you capture the data, if you continue down here, is you simply actually go to the API route. Okay, this is async function post, and then you can destructure the data from request.json. Okay, this is what we were missing in this case, and this is good to have a reference, guys. Really nice. I'm going to leave that one in the link. You just have access to it at the end of the day. So that is nice. And I will also create a blog post. I might create a blog post and you will also find it with that. And in this case, what I just need to change. Instead of sending it to products, why don't we just actually create the way this is actually, like for instance products, we could just say go to products and maybe create, but just leave it here. And then we have post, and then here we're just going to say await. Let's first see await request.json, just like this. And now we can get the data. This is going to give us the object. Now the technique I was going to tell you is that when you receive the data and you don't know what is inside here, this is very dangerous. What would be nice is if you destructure this data. For instance, you get the name, and we have name, description from this. What else? We have stock, and then we have image, URL, and then what is name, then we have the price, like this. The purpose of this is that if they sent extra data on this, if there was an extra data that was sent, let's say someone had inserted a script to destroy your database, it would not pass this level because I have extracted the only data that I want in this case. And then I can just say const new, for instance, new product, okay, is going to equal to this. So I just simply copy exactly the way they are and then put them here. The good thing with this, you may think it is a repetition, but the good thing with this is that any data that is not destructured here will not be taken anywhere. Okay, I will just only expect this, and I will only take this one alone. So after having this, I can just now say new product, and then for our data is going to be new product. Let's once again send some data and see. So go back here, and we still have this. Let me just go ahead. Can we just like check where are we consorting these products? They must be here. Let's take them off, and let me just go ahead and make a request. Click. Okay, let's go down here, and you can see that we have this object of the data that we sent: name, description, stock, image, and price. So at this point, we have the data in the endpoint. The data was successfully moved from the product form, and we moved it to the API, and our API even has versioning. And after getting this product here, this is a point whereby you need to save to the database. Now, this is where actually we go back to here. And if you remember very well, we talked this. When you reach on create a server action or an API, this is why you need to choose a database and choose also an ORM. Okay? And then you will just do an ORM with this. We have Mongoose, Prisma, and Reusable. In this case, we are going to use Prisma versus Postgres. Because Postgres is like the the backend that the database that right now is modern, and most people they find it very easy to manage and scale. So we're just going to use Postgres with Prisma. So to get started with Prisma is really easy. So let me just give you the steps. The first step is to go ahead and install Prisma. So step number 1, let me just put these steps here. So just now on to using it is on to using Prisma. Okay, just using Prisma. using, I have another documentation, I think, for Prisma. I wish I could just like find it in here. You know, I made my documentations, and I will just, I'm just going to say Prisma. Okay. I'm not sure if I can just find it. Yeah. And I think mastering CRUD with Prisma, I have two. I'm not sure which one is the right one, but I have also this one. Okay, so I have this one. And this one has also a video. I'm just also going to go ahead and download this one, and I will leave all these I will leave these ones also so that you can just like use them. They are really nice. Like let me just go ahead and download this. Let me just go ahead and get this. Also, this is really nice. For using Prisma, I have this guide, and there is also a video for this. I'm not going to right now. I'm just want to concentrate and finish this, but this one has its own video on my channel. You can just go ahead and like find it. Next.js with Prisma. I think it has like 2 videos. Okay, it has downloaded. Okay, so just go ahead and open this file. So this one is using Prisma, and it asks what is Prisma, and Prisma is a database toolkit that helps you connect to and manage your database using unified API. It simplifies CRUD operations by providing a type-safe, idiomatic API to interact. And if you just go here, you can go out and watch a full video. But the steps here, the first ones are npm install Prisma save dev, and then we install the Prisma client, and then we initialize the this was using MongoDB, but in this case we just simply need to say go ahead here and let's install this. Okay, first install Prisma, and then second you just need to go ahead and install the Prisma client. So Prisma has these two things, Prisma and Prisma client. So go ahead and do this. It is still installing the Prisma. Okay, then next will be, and I still have also the documentation. I think I also get the docs. Let me see. Actually, you could just like type in like Prisma and it gets me that. I don't know what happened to my search, but let me just go to Next.js, and then there is where we have authentication and authorization. This one has Prisma, and the commands are also here. It has installed. Let's go ahead and install the client. So install Prisma client, and next is to run this npx Prisma init. So you can just go ahead, and after installing the client, we have some problems here. npm install at Prisma. So this one has a problem. Just go here and it is Prisma. Just remove this. Install at Prisma client. Okay, then we have to initialize. So npx Prisma init. Now we are not using this MongoDB, and also, since you know me, I like the documentation. You could just go to Prisma docs themselves. Apart from the ones the documentations I've created, you can just go to the actual Prisma documentation and you get this. There is start from scratch, add to an existing project. So any of this one can work. And now there is MongoDB and relational database. Let's go from scratch, I guess. Relational database. Now, if we are using the MongoDB, we would follow this documentation, but we are using relational database. We are using Postgres. So just start by connecting here. You can see the first step is this. After you have initialized the Prisma, you need to go ahead and make sure this is saying Postgres. And this, to get to this point, we just need to run only one thing. Let me clear. Just going to run npx Prisma init minus Prisma init, just like this. And this one is going to go ahead and does a lot of things. You see, it's going to say your Prisma was created at Prisma. You can now open it, and then it also went, you already have a git ignore file, and it also found us when we have the .env, and it gives the steps. Set database URL in the env file to point to an existing database. So this one, you need to create and get a database URL. So if you check here, it has modified our env. If you go in the env, you will see that it has added this Postgres or this database URL. So you have to modify and you put yours here. And I'm just going to show you how to get that. And they see here, they tell you Prisma supports the native connection strings format for Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, and SQL Server, and all these, and even MongoDB. That's why we like using Prisma. So the only thing now we need is to get this database URL. Then afterwards, we run this. You can run the generate and the migrate. We're going to run those ones just in a second. So let's get the database URL. To get database URL, we are just going to be using, you can use Vercel, Postgres, or you can just actually go and use Neon. So just go to Neon and create an account. If you don't have an account, go ahead to Neon and create an account. I already have an account, I think, using using my Google account. You can see here. I already have some projects, but I'm just going to go ahead and create a new project. And I'm just going to go, just leave everything the way it is. Project name will be generated if left blank. So I'm just going to add this one as next store. We actually called it storify, our thing. Just say call storify or something like that. Just like this, and let me just go ahead and create the project. The project was created, and you can see they give us the Postgres URL. The good thing, we have the two things. You have the Postgres, you have the Next.js. They give you how to connect this database URL, or you could even just go to this still. You can see Prisma, which we are using here, Prisma. So the first thing is to make sure that in your Prisma schema, you have the provider set to PostgreSQL. So if I just go back to my Prisma here and I go to the schema, I made sure that this provider is PostgreSQL, which is already set. And also it has this database URL, and then go to the env and then simply copy database URL. Nice. Okay. And then they're saying if you're using Prisma less than 5, which we are not. So just go in the env and then replace this with the one we have just copied from neon, or this here. And you see this one is very easy compared to, I think, compared to MongoDB. This one is very straightforward and very easy. So now we have this. The next things now is to migrate, now to create the table. So after creating this one, the next thing is to go ahead and in the Prisma schema here, we create the thing. Okay, we create the table, and this one we can actually follow the documentation here. They tell you connect, and after this you are supposed to create a database schema, and you can use the way they have done this, the auto increment and all this. Now we are not going to use IDs to auto increment, we are going to use CUID. So we can just come here and just copy an example from there. We're just going to name this. Now this one is the name of the table. Okay, so this one is going to be product in our case, and it has an ID, and instead of using this, we're going to use CUID. Is this how they use it? And then they say at cannot be used the field of int. This one has to be string. Okay, and then you add this CUID, and for this one I'm just going to look for that CUID so that you know why we are using it. Okay, just going to say CUID. Okay, so if you just see here what they're talking about, UU and all these UUID, you can just go ahead and read about them, but we're just going to use the CUID. Is a type of unique identifier designed to minimize the chance of collision even in distributed systems. So this one is the one that they recommend to use. It gives you a nice string, and this is the example of it. So we're going to always use the CUID. Okay, so you can also just say CUID in Prisma. I'm just giving an example how you would just like really try to learn this, and it is a function. You have to remember that CUID. I'm just like trying to see the spelling might have just like messed up. Okay, I'm just going to do this. So CUID like this at ID at default, then we use CUID, and this is going to be automatically called. We don't need to do anything. Now we need to add these two at the end. I normally add these ones at the end, created at and updated at. Then we have the title. We don't need to put the characters. If you want, you can put this, but you can just simply leave it at string, and the default one is going to be still 255. And then we have also the description. This one is name, so this one we create a name, description, and it's also going to be required. And then we don't have anything here. So we have stock. We have stock, which is int. So here we are defining the table. So the table has a name, has a description, has a stock, and also has a price which is also int, just like this. So this is a model for the product. And now if you want at down here, you could just like add at map, and then you pass in the table name. Now this at map has nothing to do with this. What this one does, in fact, you don't need even this one, even if you don't put. The only thing is, if you go back to our neon, now we go to the tables or something inside here. Right now we don't have anything like tables, but this table that is going to be created here, right now we have 0 tables. This this one here gives you your tables nice names. For instance, this one would be called products. But when you are fetching, we use this one. Now, to avoid confusion, I'm just going to first take off this one because most people are going to get confused with it. So simply, we have the ID, which will be auto-generated. We have the name, we have the description, the stock, and the price. Now this, we still have one, which is actually image URL, which is a string. So these ones must match the route. The things we have in the route: the name, description, stock, image, and price. These ones should be matching with what you have here. Now we have added 2 things: the timestamps. This one gives us the created at, the time you created, and then the ID, which is also auto-generated. So we only put these ones, and then these ones will be auto-created for us. After finishing this one, we have to go ahead and do this. npx prisma migrate. So we need to do a migration, which they put for us down here somewhere. No, we can just simply go to the documentation here. So when you finish this, you just go ahead, npx prisma migrate dev, and you give the name of the migration. This name is going to be init, and this is the first migration. So just go ahead and push. What we are doing right now is we are creating these tables in the database. So just go ahead and do this. So let's go ahead and create the table. So you can see it's going to go ahead and on our Postgres database URL is going to go ahead and create the table called product, since we didn't give it a name. By default, it's going to give it this product, and it's going to go ahead and create it. Let's give it some second. This is taking some time. Sometimes it does that. We can just be checking in here. Okay, so you can see the table product was created. You can see here, if you go back this side, everything was created. The migration was created, and you can see generated Prisma client, and everything is good. So you see, we have the table which has ID, name, description, stock, and price, image, created at, and updated at. So we created the table. You can see the table is here. Now if we gave it a name, the name would come here, but if you don't, it actually just uses this name of the model. Okay, so basically, after creating this, we need to create a Prisma instance that is going to be interacting with the database. So if you go back here, now if you're using Next.js, you know very well they tell you here Prisma client, and then you can start interacting with it. Okay, you can start interacting with it like this. So let's just go ahead and create a, if you're using Next.js, there is this problem you are going to meet, and to do that, in the documentation here, I talked about it here. You have to create this Prisma client global instance. So just copy this. I will also leave this docs here so that you can just copy this, and just go inside the Prisma, create a new file called db.ts, and this is going to be interacting with the database. I'm just going to rename this to just db, and also this. Okay, so now we can use this db or this Prisma instance to communicate with our database. Okay, so in this step we did two things. We are using the database and also we are using Prisma, and this is to show you in this step we discussed. Okay, and this step we discussed here ORM, and then now we're just going to start like doing CRUD using it. And now at this point we actually only need to restart the server. That's the only thing we need to do. So stop the server and start it again. This is to make sure that it uses the new Prisma client that was generated. So let's go back to our API. If we just go to our API, this is in the app API v1 products. So here, if I just go inside this API like this, the first step, we receive the data. I created a new object. This is a good habit. I always create this so that I just know what is composed in my object, and then we save to the database. We just say const, for instance, response is equal to await. So we use the DB. We just created this global instance dot product dot create, and then inside here we pass in the data. Okay, so here we pass in the data. It has to be in here. Just pass in dot create, and then data like this. I think it's supposed to be new product. In this case, we named it as new product. Can we just name this as data so that we don't need to do this? We simply pass in this data like this. Okay, so this is the advantage. If you create this one as data, then you simply pass in data like this. Now this one will return the new product. So this one will return actually the new product created, and then you can console see it, but then let's go ahead and return it back so that we can see it with this. So this becomes our first endpoint. We receive the data, then we use Prisma to save the data in the DB. That's the purpose of Prisma, to interact with the database. And here is adding it to the data using this create method, and this, it knows the type of the table by using this product, and this product is derived from the schema. When it is capital letter like this, when you're accessing it, you access it in a small letter like this. If it was, for instance, product something, like the name of this was product something, you would have to go ahead and access it as product, like product something, like in Camo case. Okay, so this is how you access these models. So the model, when you're accessing it here, it becomes this small right here, and then you can insert the data. So let's go ahead and try this. It should insert the data, and we'll check to confirm. Let's go and let's create. Let's start with the first maybe product, where we have some of these products here. I will go to upload this Canon thing here, the Canon Prisma. What we could just get other products from the e-commerce. Let's say this one. Okay, so let me just get the name, and let's go here in our form, add, and let's change here, and let's go here and we say the product price 400 items, 50 items, and then you have the description. You can just go ahead and get the product description according to this. I don't know if it has. Okay, it doesn't. Let's say this is we could just like generate a product description. Just copy this and let's paste it anywhere. Let's paste it anywhere, and then we just get the description from any of these e-commerces. Okay, so where did I go? I went in a wrong place. Okay, so this one might be having a description, product description. Okay, let's just get this small data. I don't know why we're even minding about this. Okay, so just go ahead and add its image. I'm just going to add this, add the image. Let's wait for it to upload. Okay, it has uploaded nicely. Let's go ahead and add the product. So add. So we don't know what has happened, but we can see here it has brought the response back of status 201 okay true, which is nice. So we still have a lot of things to handle here, but so far one item has been created. If you check here, we have this item returned back, the ID, the name, the description, the stock, the price, and the image plus this. Okay, so this is nice so far. So let's go ahead and work on the form to be nice. Product form. Okay. The first thing we need to get also from this, we can just get the reset function. So we get the reset function. So after we have finished, we need to go ahead and reset the form. So say reset, just like that. And then what else? The next thing we need to do is to handle the loading state. So you can just say const, and then you say const, and then you say loading set loading is equal to use state, and then here you pass in the, by default is going to be false, And when we start saving this here, we just say set loading to true. So this we start loading until it is fully created. Then we just going to say set loading to false. And another thing you have to do is we have to alert that the product was created successfully. So here we alert. So let's go and put React hothost. So you can just say React hothost. Okay, React hothost. Sorry, I'm just going to get this. And you can also just in npm install this. So let's just go first install the package, and just going to say npm install React hothost, just like this. After installing the React hothost, then go to the layout and let's add this. Just go and anywhere here and add this toaster and import this toaster from the React hothost. Okay, I don't know why it is not auto importing, but let's go here and we import it. Import, and you can just import toaster and just get it from React hot toast, just like that. Okay, I think React. Okay, so it is now okay, the toaster. Now after setting that, we can now use it in our product form, and we can just say we call the toast from React hot toast dot success, and then inside here we can pass, for instance, we say product created successfully, product created successfully, just like this. Okay, so this let's now see, we are going to use this loading state. Let's go and use this loading state inside here where we have this button. So want to show the loading button, we can just actually use this same actual button. The only that we can show the two buttons, or we could show one button depending on how you want. You could just say can I just leave the same button, and instead of type submit here, just going to say disabled is going to equal to when you have loading. And then inside here where we have this add new product, we want to change this one. Okay, so what I'm just going to do, actually let me just do like this. I'm just going to put two of them. I'm just going to cut this, and I say if loading is true, then let's show this button. Else you show this button. So we have two buttons, one when it is loading, so this one we add, for instance, creating, please wait, creating, please wait. And then here we're just going to use loader. You can just use loader, and then you give it some classes of animate, spin, and then we also just give disabled, and then that's it. If it is loading, it shows this button, you cannot click it, and then if it is not, it will show this one. So let's go back and we try to create. Now during the creation of products, it can have more things, but for now, let's just like try to create another product. I'm just going to refresh. And let's get another product here. Okay. Another product, maybe any other laptop. Let's just say this one. Okay, I'm just going to copy this, and let's also download its image. Save image. Okay, I'm just going to go here in our form, and let's go ahead and add the title of the let's say make it 500. For the stock, let's give it 10, and let's give a description. Can we just get a description of this? Maybe from here. Did it have some description? It doesn't. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this. Maybe I could just get the description somewhere. Okay, so you see how the same thing. I'm just going to copy this and just go ahead and paste it here. Okay, so let's just add the image. The image is this one. So want to see all the ones we have set. We have the image uploaded. Let's add. Okay, the product created, it has worked, but the one for the loading, it has not. Okay, I think this didn't do the thing here. Let me see. When loading is true, I don't know what happened. It must have not loaded, but the reset worked. We can reset also the image if you want. You can reset the image by setting the image to the default one. So remember, we have the image here, this placeholder here. So we could just like when it is fully created, we could just come before this toaster and we say set image URL. We set it to this placeholder. So like we also reset the image. So we have some products. Let's create the third one, and then we'll go to other things. I'm just going to create the third product. Go and get here similar products. We have all these MacBooks, really looking nice. I'm just going to create another product, copy this, and I'm just also going to download the image. Okay, let's just go here and paste this. Price, maybe let's say 500. Okay, let's give this one another price, like 1000. And then product stock, let's say 100. Description, I wish you could just get the description somewhere. I'm just going to go somewhere here. Let me copy this, paste it there. Now let's go and see, add new. So you can see now this is working, right? Okay, we have some products right now in our database, and to show that you can use it, it's not a must you use this API. You can now interact with it from any other place. If you have a mobile app or React Native application or anything else, you can still create. You can open your Postman. Okay, you can open a Postman, and then we can add this API, and we also test it in Postman. And the reason why we test it in Postman it is an environment that depicts any other place, any client. This one can act as a client. It can act as anything in testing your API. So we can test the API from here. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate one of these APIs. I'm just going to duplicate this one, duplicate. If you don't have Postman, please just go ahead and download. It is very easy to install. I like it. There are some, of course, plugins in there are some plugins in here in the VS Code, but I really like just keeping all my things in here. So I'm just going to just rename this one to, can I rename this? I'm just going to rename it to the next store. Actually, we call this Storify. I don't know why I just forget the name, Storify or something, or Storify. So let's just go here and we change this to create a product. Create a product. And then we can just go and target our API. It is at localhost 3000 v1, remember? So it is at v1. Oh, wait. It is at API, then v1, and then products. Okay. So I would just copy any other thing, just go to the body and choose, go down here. In the body, you just go and choose here raw and JSON. The type here we are sending is JSON. So we change this to name. Okay. And you can just select name. And then here, description, we actually need it. We also have like price, which is going to be 30 or 300, comma, and we're just going to have also stock, which is going to be 10. There is one thing that is remaining, which is actually the image URL. So you can just say image URL like this, and you can just say copy any, make sure you have a comma here, and we can just say go ahead and copy any URL. In this case, we could just like put the one of the placeholder. So let me just go ahead and put the one for the placeholder here, slash placeholder.png. So we can see create from this side. Let's go ahead and make this request to this API endpoint, and this means like you can use it, you can call this API from any client application, and you just simply send this object and this will work. So let me just go animation with GSAP this, and let's create, and let's just wait, and you see it returns back the data 201 for created, and it has the image URL created at updated with the error of null. So this is nice. Now at this point we need to get the one of getting back, or the to create an API endpoint for fetching the data, and we take it to that endpoint. So just go back to the API. So this one was the one for, you know, posting. We're just going to get the one for getting the data. And if you remember the guide we have right now, we have a lot of guides. We have this here for the post. There is one for get. Okay, so you can just simply go and get, you know, I'm just like in a wrong one, this one. I don't know even where the API and where these are. Okay. So we have the post, you can see here, and then now we must be having the get. So you see the get is the most easiest one. So just go and say export async function and then get, and this must be called get, you cannot call it anything else. And then inside the get we can try the try catch. Okay, so in this one we're just going to go ahead const response is equal to our await db dot product, then dot find many. Okay, and then we want to order by, so you could just say find many just, but here we just want to go ahead and we say order by. And here in the order by, you can order by any of these keys here. You can order by created at, description, title. If you want the people to be in descending or ascending order, you can just use this. But right now I'm just going to use created at and then descending, so that the last one created is the one on top. Okay, so we have this, and this is going to be our products. Now we just simply go back and return them. So just say return next response, and you must return next response, guys. This is very important, returning next response. Dot JSON, and then we pass in exactly the way we return the data here is the one I'm going to maintain. This object here is the same way I'm just going to maintain it, like this. The data now is products, and then here we have error, and then for the error we also have to return next response, console.log the error, and then afterwards go ahead and return next response dot JSON, and inside let's pass in this, and for the data is going to be null, and for the error we just say something went wrong. Okay, just like this. And this is going to be error of 500, and for this one status code is 200. Everywhere everything went well. This one means everything went well, and 201 is for created. So this is the endpoint for the get, and we can just go ahead and test it right away in Postman, and just go here. Let's rename this one to get products. And then this is going to be API v1, so v1 products. Okay, and just go and get this, and you can see it returns back all the products, the ones we have, starting with the last one we created. So let's go ahead and actually fetch these ones. Okay, so now what is really actually amazing is that if you can use both API routes plus the server actions, like if you wanted, you could do that, right? For instance, I just go in my server action. Instead now of using this API, now we can actually replace it with our own API. Okay, so I can just go ahead and replace this with the actual API or our own API. Just copy this URL like this, and let me just come back here, paste this here. Okay, now to make sure that this one works in production, we're just going to go ahead and make sure that this one comes from So I'm just going to just say const base URL is equal to process dot env dot next public base URL. So I'm just going to get the base URL, and then I'm just going to add it on this here, instead of just hard coding that. I'm just going to add here the base URL, and then just come here. Okay, so after getting this base URL, sorry, the API, so we are just fetching now from this API. Now we get back the result. Now we have to look at our result. Okay, we have to make sure that our result is somehow similar. Let's go ahead and see. So this returns back this, then we say dot data, and then we access this. Now for the data we need here, you can see that we convert it to JSON, and then we get this data.map. So we have the ID. Image is actually right now called image URL. So here is dot image URL, and the stock is item.stock, and the name is item.name, price is .price. And this is the good thing of separating your front end from your back end. You know, you should make sure that your front end, like you have these functions, for instance, get products. Whatever it does here, the front end has no idea. For instance, this side where we are rendering the products, it doesn't know where the data is coming from. For you, change the data and you have changed this API, and you make sure that the data that we are sending follows this architecture here. It follows this this here, and everything will remain exactly the same. That's why I like decoupling my front end and my back end or my server. So you said where we are getting the data right now has changed, but there is nothing you're going to change on the front end. But if you had done this in the product list, you had done this, maybe you did the fetching, you're going to see some people who do the fetching within these within the components. I don't really do that. I don't do that. I always make sure that I do my fetching within the server actions, and then I just, whatever changes in this site, no one is, the front end is not going to be aware. It only waits for this here. It only waits for this data. It doesn't know where you get this data. We can get the data from many places. You can see we changed the API, and it should just give us the same thing. So let's go ahead and see actually if we are getting our products. And you can see that we actually have our own products. Okay, we have our own products that we created, and to make sure that it works, let's go ahead and create in one more product. Okay, I'm just going to go here and let's create another product, and this is going to be maybe new test product, and let's go ahead and give it a price, a quantity, and this is some description. And let's go ahead and create this. Okay, so after creating, we can drop down this. Now you see that this product is not anywhere here. If I do this, then it appears, right? But would want this one to appear actually, would want it to appear immediately after creating. So what we could do, we could also do revalidate. After creating, this problem is caused by caching. Okay, if you don't know what caching is, Next.js does a lot of caching to help us make the application faster. Okay, and with that, it doesn't make these things to be automatically to refresh the page behind the scenes. So what you need to do in this route, in the create, after successfully creating before the return, we could just go ahead and we say revalidate path, and then we say you want to revalidate path this here. Where am I getting revalidate path? Revalidate path. Okay, so we are revalidating this path where you want it to refresh. Okay, so at this point here we have done create. Maybe let's create one more. Last test product. Something here. Let's create. Okay, I'm just going to drop this. And okay, so normally revalidate is good if you are coming from another certain page, like you are coming to this page. So what you can do also is we could just like wait. Okay, in the product form here, after we have done this, we can just go ahead and refresh the page. That is a temporary solution as we are looking for what to do. I normally use right now in the application I'm going to be building, I'm going to be using a React query. You can just go also read about React query. I have a video there. React query would simplify this. But right now what we can do, we can just create a set timeout function. Set timeout. Let me just say set timeout. A set timeout function. So in here, we're just going to give this about 3 seconds. And what I just want to do is we're just going to say router. So let's first go and get a router here. Const router, okay, is equal to use router from next navigation. And then down here, what we can do inside this, we can just say router dot why is it not showing? Okay, so here we could just say router dot, and what we could do, we could just say, oh, we actually don't need to use router, do we? We could just like use this. We could just say window dot location dot reload. So you could just like reuse this. We don't need the router in this case, actually. So let's just create the one more. Okay. What we need is we need to go ahead and create, or why is our stock? Let's go first check this, our stock. Why is it for these new products? There is how the stock is nearby, like this here. I don't know, but we can just give a make sure we have a gap in our product. We can just make sure between the price and this, we can always make sure we have some gap, like 4. Okay, and okay, so this is good. Let me just go ahead and add one more product. Do I need to do that? Just like add with a fake field this time and add. Okay, so this one you can see to load is the page, and then you have this here. Okay, so that solves the problem temporarily of reloading the page for you. Okay, so we are done. The next thing right now is to make sure that we can load this product. When I click, for instance, on this, it should be able to go ahead and load this item with this product, with the title and the description and all these, the price and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. We have to first create one more endpoint for fetching the product. Okay, we have to do an endpoint for fetching the product. So just go back inside the products, and inside the products here you can actually have a dynamic route. So you can also create a dynamic route here of the ID. You can even just say call it product ID. Could just say product ID, just like this. You could just call it ID, any name you want, doesn't matter. And then inside this folder you can just go ahead and create route.ts, just like this. Now I'm just going to first go ahead and copy the one for get, the one we did. It is also a get. Inside here, just put it like so. Just to make sure to import this next response and also the DB. Now for this one we need an ID. So how do we get this ID in here? Let me first check within this guide, what did I do to get this specific ID? Did we get a single? So Prisma get a single endpoint. So in here you still also pass in the param. I don't know if right now you still have to await the way we did, but you can pass in the request and you also pass in the params. So let's just go ahead and do that. I'm just going to go back to the Next.js documentation. Here they didn't indicate that. They said you can just like have dashboard and app dashboard team route.ts, and you can also pass in actually the param. So you can pass in something like this. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this. Let me pass in these two things. You have the request, and then you also have, must be some here. So you have the request and you also have the params, and from this param, if you remember in the first place, this is how we get the params. Okay, now you ask yourself, are we going to pass it as a param? Because in this case, if you see, this is very tricky. If you click here, we are not actually leaving this page, because if you say slash and then you put something else here and you try to go to this route, this is going to change actually the application. Okay, if you change the route here, you have to change something in the layout. If you do that, you have to change something in the layout. Else you could just like do this and you pass it, or you pass it as a search param. So depending on how you want to pass this ID here, it will depend how you are going to load this one. For instance, here, if you can see, we are not leaving this, it is slash, and then you are still on the same page. You're not going anywhere to any other page. And as well as you can do this one, whereby we are remaining on the same exact page. But then how do you pass in? Because this is not a param, it becomes actually a search param. So how do we pass in the search param? I think we pass in the search param similarly in the same way we pass the params. And if you remember how we pass the params, you can just come here and you say search param, and I think server prop, and I think we'll just like say that I'm just going to go to the page here. You can see this is how we are getting the search params by doing this. I'm not so sure if you just go down here where they have used it down here. This is how they get it, but let's just try. Actually, I've not used this one. Okay, I'm just going to say search params. So let me just go and copy this, and what we can do is here we can pass in this whole entire object like so, and then we can just try to get the param using this. For instance, I could just say const in this case I named it, and by the way, if you just like name it like this, if you name it like this is different, because this would be passed it as I think like the way we are passing this, we don't even need to go to take this to what? We don't need even to do this dynamic route. Anyways, I'm just going to do two of them. Let's start with this, the dynamic route one. Let's just start with this before I go to this one. Let's first use this one. So this, I would name this one as this product ID. So if it is dynamic route and you are passing in product ID here, just pass product ID here, and then we'll just go and await this. We just say const product ID is going to be equal to await, and this, remember, this await has to be together await, and we await for the params, and then outside we say dot, and you can see product ID. So after getting this product ID, we can just say product is going to be equal to db.findUnique. So here we use a method called findUnique, where, and then we pass in the ID. So where ID is going to be equal to product ID, just like this. We get it and we can just return it here, product. Okay, yeah, so even this one is going to be 200. So this one would fetch us, it would fetch a particular product. We can test this out by going to Postman, and you can duplicate this. Okay, and just rename it, and this is going to be get single product. Okay, so in this single product, you can just go ahead and copy. Let's copy this URL. We go to this. So here we can get all the products. Okay, not like that. Just like this. Okay, so now let's get one product here, like this MacBook. This is its ID, and I'm just going to say slash ID, just like this. Products and then ID. You can see we get back one single product, and it means like this endpoint works. But now we are not going to use that. If we use that, that means we have to change the layout. I mean, I can show you. This one has to be in the layout. If you want to do that, this one has to be in the layout, and then on the next page you still render this layout, and then you show this one. For in this case, I simply want to load the products. If I just go to slash, and then I have, in fact, just like here, I have product ID is, okay, product ID is equal this. So I need, if I load something like this, I need to change this here. I need just to change this one. That's the only thing I want right now. So that means I don't need to leave this endpoint. I'm not even just going to use a dynamic route. So you can just go here inside the route, and you can still use the get. And now for this one, we're just going to use the search params. The problem, we cannot have two get endpoints in one place. Okay, so let's just like go and just put this one in. We can just create products, and then we have now route. So for that case, I'm just going to say here, create another endpoint, another folder here, and I'm just going to say product, just like this, and then inside I'm just going to create route.ts. So similarly to this one we have done here, just copy everything in here and paste it here, like so. Okay, so in this case we are using search params, so we can just go ahead and copy the one for the search param here, just like this. Search param, and this one has changed to search params. And then we can just say, come here, product ID is equal to await, and this is going to be search params dot product ID. And after getting it, we do the same thing, product, and there we have to just do as string, because as you can see, this one has the type of string or string array or undefined. So you have to come here and you say as string. Okay, and you could just like also say if someone doesn't put, if there is no product ID, okay, like this, and then we could just go ahead and you also return this error. You can just return an error. This is part of the error handling if you want to go into that route. If there's no product ID, then you can just go and say data null, and then you say here no product ID provided, no product ID provided, just like that. Okay, so this is nice. Okay, then this one could be just like 404. There is no that. So let's go ahead and see if this one works, and we need to fetch this product. So in the actions, let's go ahead and create another function which is going to get product by ID. So this is going to say get product by ID, and this is going to take in ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, and then we're just going to make to the API. So in this case, I'm just going to get this and I add it inside here, so that even this one, let's add it inside here. So for this one, we are just going to the product. Okay, we go to the product and let's pass in. So we pass in product ID, and we say equals, and then we say equal to this ID. This is the route, and we can test this route actually. Let's test it in the Postman. So we have this ID. So this case is we go to product, not products, but product question mark, and then we pass in product ID equals that. So we're just going to this product and we pass in this, and this would be nice if we got from another product. Let me just get this so that we know it is changing, and let's send. Okay, so 404, we get a 404, and the what is the problem? Okay, okay, I would just want to see like what is the problem. I'm not seeing this one. See API v1, API. Oh, this product is inside the products. I don't know, I think we should move it out. So we could just like move it out of products. No, let's leave it. We could also leave it actually. Let's just like leave it products product. So the API is v1 products, then product. Okay, so you just leave it here. It's going to be v1 products, v1 products, then product. Let's just send that, and you just have data null, and they say something went wrong. Definitely something went wrong here. And they have here cannot read properties of an undefined reading product product ID. Okay, so let's see what went wrong. Let's go ahead and see if the name is correct. Product ID. Okay, it is saying undefined. When we give this URL, it returns back undefined. Why? Okay, let's see. We have products, product, route, and then we have the get, and we are passing in the search params, and from this and you know, like the funny thing, like the product ID at this point. Can we just go ahead and console.log product ID? I don't know if it even fails before reaching that. It just, I think, fails from this. A search param product ID. Do we need to do anything? Cannot read properties of an undefined. It is getting it as undefined. I could first confirm one more time, and let's ask v0 if everything is okay. Right now we are in troubleshooting mode. Is there any problem with this route? Let's see if it can just like say here. They are saying here such params types in this function is incorrect. It's defined as a promise, but it should be an object. So this one is still having an old version, which is, and then it is taking it as the params, not such params. So basically this one cannot really help us because it is getting them as the old way of getting things. So that one cannot really work for us in that case. Search params, and you see here how to pass search params in Next.js API routes. For the search params, most people they pass in query parameters. Okay, let's see. And also this one is going to work also in the delete function, I think. I don't think this one is still working. Is that still working up to now? I don't know. We used to use this one. I don't know, in Nextjs 15. I'm seeing people are still using this. We might just try it and see. Let's just try this. Okay, to get this from the request. So let's just have okay, then just like add this, but I don't think even the request itself does not right now contain you can see this request does not contain this next URL. It used to work those days in Next.js 13 when it had started, but I think I really believe in Next 15 we are getting it like this. I don't know why for some point it's not very clear in the documentation. Because this one is in the page, I don't know if it is in the route what happens, because here you can see it is I don't know, you can, they didn't give any example of getting it, for instance, in the routes. Okay, like we don't have it anywhere. They're saying parameters. The request object, which is an extension of web request, this one gives you incoming, and we still have, like, I'm surprised in route.ts we actually still have this URL is request.nextUrl. Actually, it's still there. Just change this one into a next request. Okay, and then now we could just try this, the one we saw from here, like this, like so. So we can just say request.nextUrl.search params.get, and in this case we are passing product ID, and this is going to be also product ID. Okay, let's just try this one and see. So we'll be not needing this one. Let me just see. Go to this side and let's make the same request. Yeah, and this works. So it actually still works up to now. So we don't need this. We don't need to pass in any of these here. Just need to pass in the request, but the request must be of type next request. And then you can get the product ID like this, and then we have it. So that means when we just come in the serve action, here we have product like so, and after getting this product, since you get back an object dot data, so this one product is result.data. Okay, you don't need to do a lot, just simply say dot data, and then you get an object, and then here we just do like this, and in this time this one is going to be of type product. So just get this. Want to get the product from Prisma client. So Prisma also gives us this. The one we want, it has all the details. So we get from Prisma just like that. So now we can just use this, and let's get the product. We go to the page and let's get the product. So const product detail, detail. So the question is, how are we going to get this? Product detail is equal to await, and then get product by ID, and let's pass in this ID. So await. So where do we get this ID? Now this is where we use the params, the ones that they are talking about here. In reference back, I'm just going to go back here in the page. So the ones they are talking about here, this is where actually we get them. So just go to the page, and now we can do this. Copy, and I just want to paste this. Oh, sorry. Just add these types, search params. In this here, we are trying to get the search params, and this is how you get the search params. So we can just say now const product ID is equal to await, and now we can await search params, and then outside here we say dot get in this case is going to be product ID, just like this. And now we pass this product ID inside here, and we say as string, just like that. Now after getting our product detail, okay, we can just say, remember this one, we have to give it at some point is going to be null, okay, is await this, and this can give us null. So I'm just going to go to take it to this. First, let's pass it here. Product detail is equal to product detail, and then inside the store page, let's accept this, that we have also the product detail, and let's pass in the types. Product detail is of type product. Now this one comes from Prisma client or null. Okay, there are some times when it's not going to be there. So where there is this one, we can just go inside this here, and we can just say if product detail, okay, so if the product detail is there, then we go ahead and show this. Else we can show a div, say here no product displayed, okay, yeah, just like this. And then for this, let's go ahead and pass in the product detail. Pass in this product detail is equal to product detail, and now inside here, let's go ahead and get this product detail is of type product, and this product is from Prisma client. So Prisma gives you the types. Now we can now just say for the image here, now we can just say product detail dot image URL. The same thing, we can just go to the title here, which is going to be product detail dot name, and then this one is going to be the description dot description, and then we have we don't have the brand, but we have the price. It's going to be dollar product detail dot price, and then we have the stock, which is going to be product detail dot stock. Okay, so nice. And now if we just go back, one thing we need to do right now, you can see no product displayed because it is right now showing null. We can just actually add it very nicely in the center. So here it is saying type never is missing. Just a second. Can I just say owner? I don't know. Just going to fix it in a second, but let's first go to the store page, and we could just say this one. Let's give it height of 96. Okay, we could just like add it in the center here, maybe justify center. Okay, we could just like add it to the center that there is no product displayed. Now let's add the links to these ones to be able to fetch them. So when you just go to the product list and then you go to the product, you could just only change here. So change, and then you add this. So we just want to do product ID is equal to product. So here is going to be product dot ID, something like this. So you can see we are remaining on the same page, and we are passing in only product ID. So if you hover now, you see that you have the ID. So when this loads here, it goes ahead and fetches it here. Look at that. You go to this, and then let's go ahead and go to this one, and you can see that this is really working nicely, right? You can just see this is really beautiful. Okay, this is really beautiful. So we were able to create this API. So right now let's create the API for editing. The one for deleting, I'm just going to leave this one so that you improve. I don't know if we should just create the one for edit. We could add an icon like for edit here. So if this video reaches like 2K, I might just come back and create more routes. But what I'm just going to do is, in this case, for instance, for the edit is really easy. Maybe we just like do edit alone, and then maybe we finish. They just like go ahead and do only one for the update, and maybe and delete. So we have even like this bookmark is very easy. You add it to local storage. You should just like work on this bookmark, but I'm just going to add more things here to this. So let me just go to the product detail where we have product detail, and let's go ahead where we have bookmark. Let's just add more icons or more buttons. So the first one I'm just going to add button. So the first one is going to be for edit. So this one you can put a pencil icon, and then another one we're just going to put the trash icon. For this one, class, and just going to do this, and you can just add text blue, maybe 600, and this is going to be class name. For text, red 600, like that. And let's also give these ones the variant, and just going to give them the variant of ghost. Okay, and even this one, just going to give them variant of ghost. Okay, so if you just go back right now, we have two more icons, one for edit. So you could just go ahead and just say add edit, and also add delete, like that. And then you can see like we have these. So if you just the one for delete, maybe we could just like do delete. Is the, it could just like find like it is easy, and which might also not be true in this case. If you are deleting it from this, okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and let's try to implement the delete, then afterwards we implement the update. So the delete is like more easy. So since we already have this one for the product, now it is the same, it is doing the same thing like this one. I'm just going to go in the route. This is going to be the delete route, just like this. This, you just name it to be delete, and it's going to do exactly the same thing. We'll get the product ID we are deleting, so you can remove this, and then we just go ahead and get await the delete. Here, if you want, you can get back the deleted product if you want. This one gives us back the deleted product, and you can just say dot product dot delete. So this one where ID is product ID, and then you can return the deleted product, but normally people normally return just true or false. And this one is also status of 200, so you can just go ahead and delete the product, and you also pass the ID. In this case, you can see that we are on to the same page like this. Okay, so it is not just like you are on the deleted page, you are still on the same page, so you can send this route. But anyways, the good thing is for this case you can just use I think it doesn't matter. Even if we wanted, we could use the other one. Let me see from here. Even if you wanted this product, where is it? This product detail, even if we wanted in this function here, we could have used this other API, this one of product. It will still work. Okay, even if I change this and like let me just comment out this, the first version, and you can use the second version of products, and then product ID. This one you come and you pass it in, not just like this, products, and then you pass in the ID. This still should work. if we refresh, you will see that this still fetches the product. This still is still working, right? This is still working. Nice. So you understand that in that case, I think you are not forced to do that, but it was good that we see how to get how to use both. If you're getting the params, you are passing it as a param, or you are passing it as a search param. So we have two things when you are passing it as a search param, and if you are passing it as a param. We have seen in both cases. So even in the delete, you can decide to pass it in as a param or a search param. So it is up to you really on what you want to do. So just like use, whether you put this delete on the side of the search param or you put it in the param, this side, it will still work. Okay, so let's go back to this, and now we can create one more function for the delete. Let me just create one more function for the delete, and I'm just going to create on this. Okay, just going to name this one delete product by ID. Delete product by ID. Delete product by ID, and then you still send to the same API, just like products product ID. And for this case, we don't even need we don't need to return or get anything from here. You can just go ahead, of course, and get maybe the deleted product. Okay, you can just go ahead and get the deleted product, but we don't need that. What you would want is to get back, let me see here, what you do if this is successfully done. Okay, we could just go ahead and return just success to true. You just go ahead and just return here success to true. Or you could just return okay true. Okay, just say success instead of data. Let me just say success to true, just like this. Okay, status 200, and then for this case success, and you say false. Okay, so in this case we just want we're not returning the deleted product. We just want to know if it was successfully deleted or not. So when we come back this side, whatever we just get from this, we just return maybe this response. We could just say return result. Okay, now if you want also, you could just like annotate the response, but normally I'm not going to await anything from this one. We could just go ahead and console.log this, and maybe we see it. Delete product by ID. In fact, this one you could just like if everything is okay, you could just go ahead and return true. Like this is an object. Let me just go to the product detail. So this is why you're going to call this function in the product detail. Product detail, you could just like have a function delete, async function handle delete, just like this, and you could just try catch. Okay, async like this, and you could just say here you could just say await, and just like this, delete by ID, and you pass in the ID in whichever you click on this case. Actually, like the product detail, remember we're just like on that, we have this product detail dot ID. Okay, just say console.log the error here. So you just do something like this, and after the deleting we have to route. So if you say const router is equal use router, and then this one is going to be slash. So we route to here we just going to say router dot push, and then we just push to slash. After we have deleted it successfully, we just want to move away from that page. We go back to this one, and the only thing we just need to do is to simply call on click, just call handle delete, and let's make sure that this one is a use client. Okay, so let's just go and try to see if this is going to delete. So we want to delete this new product. Go and click it. Okay, it is gone. And you could also just try to remove it. I don't know if it is still here. Let's go and we're going to delete this one, and we see if I click on this, now I delete this. Okay, you can see that it deletes, but it remains here. So what we can do is when we push on this, we can also just go to the delete here in the server action, I believe, or in the API route, one of the two, where you can do revalidate path. And let's say in this case, this one, let me refresh. Oh, actually, like the delete itself is not working yet. We still have the product. Are we having any challenges here of undefined? Let me just move down here, see if you have any errors. Oh, okay, so we have to do a fetch. So if you're just like going to do this, there is one thing we have to do here, type. So sorry guys, in the delete here, this is, remember, by default is of type. So here we have to pass in the method to be delete, because by default, if you just like pass in the API in this, it will just going to do a GET request. So if you want to do a delete, you have to pass in the method of delete, just like this. Now let's try one more time. Delete. and it is gone. Okay, we can just go and delete this here, and just click delete. And then we have to add deleted successfully. Let's go ahead and add that alert. So we can just go to the product detail. After this, we can just alert. We can just say toast dot success, and then we can just say product deleted. Okay, so we can also just use that toast. Okay, so that is it. Let's just like do edit. So edit, we click on this or even on this item, and now we can also first of all add the loading. Let's add the loading. We can just add the loading spinner if we wanted. Okay, the problem is we have two UIs. We have this one, and we have also this one. Okay, so to make sure that what we are loading here, we put the spinner here, or we put a spinner here. Let's first leave that one. I'm just going to click on the edit. So the edit, what we need to do is we're going to open the same, this one, but this time is going to be having some details. We open the same form, but it should start when it has actually some details. So the product form here, we just actually say that it can pass in the we just needed to give it some things here. Two things I just normally give it. I give it an object, and I'm just going to say product form props interface product form props, and this is going to be like exported, and product form props, and you're just going to have it editing ID. Just give it editing ID, which is going to be a string, and I'm just also going to give it editing the initial data, and in this case the initial data is going to be equal to the one of product from this Prisma client. Okay, just these two things. The only thing that they are not supposed to be they are supposed to be not required, because we use the same when you're creating a new product. So when these ones are not there, it becomes a new product. When we have editing ID, it becomes an old product, means we want to update it. So, and we base on these two things to know what to do. So let's just go ahead and where we have this button, we can now do something like this. We can just say, if we have editing ID, okay, let's just first pass in the editing ID here. Just going to say this one is product form props. So here you're just going to have editing ID and initial data. So just going to say here that if this has editing ID is true, if editing ID is true, then what you're going to put here is going to be edit product. So here is going to be edit product. Else is going to be add product. So this is how we do it. You check if it is editing, you say edit product, and if it is not, then we'll be creating a new product. Okay, And then the same thing here, just going to change a little bit. This is the good thing of using React Hook Form, guys. This is where it shines. So I just come here and we can pass in here an object of default values. So you can pass in here default values, and then you start giving the default values. So in this case we have our things here, the price, stock, let's start say description. So we can say description, okay, is going to be equal initial data dot description if it is there. Else is going to start by default when it is not. So I just do this for all the things. For stock, okay, default value, maybe I give it 0, and then we have price, default value, I'm also going to give it that. Let's put a comma here, and lastly we have the name. So here just put the name, put a comma here. So here this one, it tells us if the description is there, then we give the description. If stock is there, then we give this. Maybe, I don't know, can we just say give now or something? It doesn't. Or you can just give it a default of 0. Okay, so now if just only passing this one will actually give the data into those forms. So the only thing we have to do now is to handle if we are updating, we are running which function. Okay, that is the only thing that we have to handle right now. But let's first go ahead and see if we click on edit. So let's go and call it. I'm just going to go to product detail, and I will call the new product. So where we have this edit, I will actually call the product form, okay, and we call it with two things: the editing ID equaling to is going to be equal to product detail dot, sorry, is going to be equaling to product. Okay, you know what is happening? Am I getting tired or what? Product detail dot ID, and then we also pass in the initial data. So just pass here initial data, which is actually product detail. So now if I just go ahead and I open this, I should just like see the details in the form. Okay, like there is the shift in this. Let's use flex. Just use flex items center, and let's give the gap of 4. Okay, so I'm just going to click on edit, and you can see it actually opens it with all the values. The only thing remaining is actually the image. If you open with like this one, and then you click on edit, you see that the image is not getting it. So we can also get the image. We just come here, instead of giving, if you just go to the product form, instead of just like getting this where is it, instead of just saying getting this image from this one to give this one as the placeholder, I'm just going to go here and I get the initial image. So const initial image URL is going to equal to initial image initial. So how do we get initial image? We can just say that the initial image is going to be equal to, and we can check if there is editing ID, then the initial image is going to equal as initial data dot image URL. Else we're just going to use the placeholder. So else we use this placeholder, and then when you come here we use the initial image URL, just like this. So now at this point in time, you have to make sure that this one is complaining because of this one being not to be there. Let me see. Or undefined, we can just give it just like this. Okay, so now if I just go and click on this edit, so you can see that the image actually is there, and I have all the data. So now I have to change this button to update instead of saying add new. So just scroll down, and by the way, this one you just give it this here like that. So just go down here where we have the button. I'm just going to say instead, if we have the editing ID, this text changes. If we have the editing ID in place, this one becomes edit or update product. Actually, just say update product. Else add new product, just like this. Yeah, so all other things remain. Even this one you can update it. You can just say if there is editing ID, and if there is editing ID, we change this to updating, and then here we can just like add this, creating, please wait. Okay, so you can see now it is update product, and maybe you could just also change the icon if you wanted. Okay, so at this point in time, I want to make like an update. So how do we make an update? We have to create the endpoint, and then we use that endpoint. Let's start by creating an endpoint. We just go back to our endpoint. V1 product. Now we can just go to this, and then we add our endpoint. So I'm just going to get the param. Okay, just duplicate this, and now we can just use put, and then we can just like ask ourselves, there is put and patch. So you can just say ask what the difference between put and patch. So you could just like ask here any of these AI. Okay, what is the difference between put, the put method, and patch? Okay, so they can just say here that put and a patch are both HTTP methods used to update resources, but they serve different purposes. The put updates the entire resource with a complete new version. So you can see this. You can see that put, it updates the entire resource with a complete new version. If you only send partial data, any missing field will be removed, stroke reset. is, so making the same put request multiple times has the same effect as making it once. Example, if you have this users this with just a name John, it will remove all other fields like email and this, while patch request makes partial modification to the resource, only updates the fields that are included in the request, keeps existing data for fields not included in the request. So this is one you're going to use, and that this is very good to understand clearly when to use what. If you patch user like with John, it only updates the name while keeping other fields unchanged, which is really nice. So a practical example, consider a user with this resource, and then if you use using patch and you pass this email, and this will be removed. While if you change the name, all these ones are going to be maintained. So in this case, you're going to use a patch. Okay, so that's nice. I'm just going to come here and also put patch, and this is in the detailed here products, then product ID, because we need to pass in the ID. We first get this product ID, but at the same time we also get the data that has been sent. So in this case here, we're just going to send and by the way, here it doesn't even matter, because we are going to send all the data. So even if you use patch or you use put, still it would actually not make more any impact according to how we are implementing it. Okay, we are implementing it in a smart way that we are sending back all the data. So even if you do patch or put, it will still work. So here we need to get all the data. So you just have to deconst, and then we destructure this from await request.json, just like this, and we're just going to go ahead and get the data from here. Here we're just going to get the same thing that we did when we are just like creating. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and create this, do this, go back to this here and replace it like here. So we just get the name, description, and all these from the request. We create the data, and then we can just say updated product. So updated product is going to be equal, and here we're just going to use the update. Okay, and we pass in where. Okay, and then we're just only passing in where, and then you pass in also the data, just like this. So we pass in where ID is equal product ID, and then the data you want to update. Then you can return back the updated product. You can just return like this with A200. So this is how you do it, because this one is giving us two things: the new data you want to, okay, this is the updated name, this updated description, stock, and all this, and then you create this object, and then you go ahead and update. Okay, nice. So if we just go back, we're just going to create another function for the update in the server action. So we just like call the function direct, and you have seen I've just like used both, how I'm using both the server actions and the the endpoints. You can choose to create a function that takes in data and does the thing, or you can call it directly in the component. Okay. The good one would be creating a serve action, but in this case we can just go to the page and let's go to the detailed page. I'm just going to look for the detailed page, and we could just also create another function which is handle update. You can just say handle update, and it's going to go, let's go ahead and call this actually this is, we just are going to execute this, sorry, we are going to execute this from the product form. Down here we have the product form here, so it is one is going to handle the update. We already have all the updated data here, and after you have updated, it is going to make a choice whether to execute this or to execute the other one. Okay, so I'm just going to simply do what? I'm just going to simply do here, and I'm just going to make an if statement. If editing is true, then we do one request, and then say else we do another request like this. Okay, so if editing is true, we have to go ahead and call API v1 products type is going to be we are using patch in this case, and then content, and we stringify the data. So this should just give, we need to pass in the ID. Therefore you're just going to put slash dollar product dollar editing ID. Okay, so this is the product ID. Okay, so I think everything is okay right now. After that, so you can see we either create the product or we are editing it, and it passes in the same information here. And then for this, I'm just also going to change this one. We can change this, and we first check created or updated. So I can just go inside here and I check if editing ID, if it is true, then we are using updated, else we are using created, just like that. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. I'm just going to go ahead and I change that. For this one, we still have this issue. I'm just going to fix it in a second, but if I just go ahead and refresh this, okay, I'm just going to click on edit product, and I'll just like change something, the product price from this. I'm just going to edit two things. Updated, I'm just going to change this one, and I add this updated, and then also I'm just going to change this one to 7, or let's change it to 9,000. stock to, you can just leave the stock alone. Okay. Let's just go ahead and click update. Product updated. Is going to refresh, and now we can see that the price is 9,000. Okay. So this tells us that this was updated. You can also see the title here that this was updated. So we have also the update working. What I'm just going to give you, you could now at this point try the search. Okay, I would want you guys to try the search. We have done a lot of things from the start, but when you type in something and then you click on search, you could actually still remain on this page if you click on the search, but you could pass a query. The way we passed this one, you could pass it as a query here. When you click on this, it should set this query to something like query, and then after that it will hit a route of search, and then from the search you get the query, and then you use Prisma to search or to get the .contain. So I just want to leave it as an assignment for you to go ahead and implement the search. Let me see the time right now. We have done about 6 hours actually this project, but it is a success. Maybe we could just actually like add also the search functionality. Like, I don't know if really I need to go ahead and do that, but we have done the CRUD. We could just go ahead and also add like the search. Okay, I feel like this is already too much. I'm just going to leave this search functionality for you guys as an exercise. Just go ahead and also do the search and also do the bookmarks. So when you add a bookmark, it simply adds this product in the bookmark. Very easy. Try to do that, then it will be really nice to update the project. But the project is really nice and I love it. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for watching this. I will be creating some documentation to help you out, but otherwise go ahead and watch this video and you will find it very important. Thank you so much.